Okay, and so let me see. Boop. Alright. Are we not live? Yes, we are live. Good. Excellent. Okay. Alright. Alright, there we go. And that should do. Now for this draft, I'll actually be, gonna make sure well, first, Discord. Here, Control V. Boop. Alright, the Composite Draft. The Composite Draft's a little bit different from the previous ones. You'll notice I do not have any sort of disclaimer about not being able to read chat. Hey there, Christoph. Because I probably will be able to somewhat read chat. There might be moments where I'm very focused and don't look at it for a while, but, well, how's that different from me on any other day? The thing is, this draft is very different from the previous ones, as I've got open, well, I've got open these three in another window, and I'm going to be taking them apart and using them to make this one. So for each scene, the first thing we got to do is we got to figure out what that scene is doing and the important parts of it. This is, well, you'll see what this is as we move forward. But yeah, we need to figure out what details go in a scene. We need to look at the scene from the three previous drafts, and we need to put it together. So let's see. Which actually means I'm going to make a small alteration over here with my window capture. Not that one. That one. So that I can easily swap from one to another. There we go. Now it's working properly. And that's probably even better. Good. Okay. Now I can swap right back to this one, which I can probably do a little bit better with as well. There, that's probably a little bit better. Okay, so how this is gonna work is we're gonna have to start by figuring this out. So, dominant emotion, a sense of dread. Let's see, key details. Got one error. Hey, congrats. Yeah. And now things get different. Things suddenly change up on you. At first, that thing is going to just insta-kill you every time you enter it, and then you're gonna unlock some stuff, and it's going to change it up. I want to do another Perfect Hour video. I wanted to yesterday, and I want to today, but we're working on this. Work first, play later. Alright, let me see. So, we want to get across the information that the manticores are being mass-produced, that one manticore was taken that night. I've decided that's a key detail. It's the introduction of this location, the facility. We don't get a ton of, let me see. There's a ton of small details, which I like. I particularly added one last night that I think is important, but we'll get into it as we go. So, it's a very, very short scene. I guess the only other thing... It's a recurring dream. We'll probably stress that by mentioning it at least twice if we can, or 3 times if we can, without just saying it's a recurring dream, but words like again or as always. Can't really think of a better thing than programming, but the scripting interface in games sucks. Yeah, I looked at it, and I thought it was, oh, this is kind of cool. And then I had several times where I was going to sit down and use it. The first time I felt essential that I would script one to keep the power plant going 24/7. But then, just as I was going to do that, like that morning, they released a patch that put in a worker that would do that for me. And so I was like, oh, well, never mind then. I'll just turn the worker on. So then that was done. So then I was like, anyway, somebody gave me a lovely mining one that's really efficient. And honestly, I just don't need them. I mean, I could try to streamline my factory or something, but I don't need to. It's already automatically processing the ores and doing all the essentials so that I don't actually need an AI script for my factory. Hey there, Daniel. Daniel X. Yeah. Alright, where was I? Right. So, let's take a look at the other pieces and see if there's any other critical detail we feel must be included or stressed. So first we have our first draft. And the scene ends here. So I'm going to put a space here. Alright. It's a really short scene. Alright, we've got the second draft. It's a little bit more fleshed out. Oh, and I have a note of something I'm supposed to add to it. God, there were so many details I wanted to add to this draft. I really feel like I need a week with this draft. Like, seriously, you know, you'll be thinking, you'll read a scene, you'll think about it, you'll be going through your day working, and you'll have these ideas, and you'll write them down on little pieces of paper, and then you'll get to the computer, and you'll add in all these details to the scene, and you know, go bit by bit through it. I need about a week on this one. But I don't have it, so we're going to work with what we got. It's part of the difficulty of rushing, pushing my whole process to where I can do this within a span of a single week. And we've got the third draft, which feels about the same length as the second one, but there's details that are different, and I added in some more. So I added in Heartfeather paying a visit, although he doesn't know her name. Anyway, so I can totally understand that. I want to always play games for myself, but in the case of the scripting thing, it's just, yeah. I don't know. I don't really feel like getting into all that. Alright, so the first draft, we have the shortest and just most bare bones version of this scene. Leonard had the same dream again. During the dream, he hung lethargic. Not unable to move, but the idea of moving never seemed to occur to him. Yeah, in this draft, in this draft we really stressed this detail. I'm not 100% sure whether I'll go with that, or in this one it feels more like he can move around in the tank, but there's nothing to do. The boredom. This one's probably creepier. It could be written better. We could definitely improve upon it, but this is a bit more disturbing. But he saw. His eyes never blinked, so he couldn't help but see. He was floating in a tank of greenish fluid in a facility with row upon row of similar tanks, roundish, tapering at the bottom, like the jars the red cabbage came in, only larger than a man. Couldn't make out the details of what was in those other tanks, and during the dream he didn't try. It was only upon waking that he'd gather his impressions. He thought the other tanks held animals of some sort, maybe cats or birds, maybe a variety of different creatures. He wasn't sure. Occasionally a human shape would walk among the tanks, taking notes, dressed something like a plague doctor, but without the beak. Instead, they wore a mask that looked like it belonged to the trenches of the First World War. There was something else, something he couldn't see, but knew it was there. A crack in the air. Leonard stirred in the dream. His alarm was ringing. It seemed harder to wake these days. Okay, so... Actually, that's the end of the scene. Whoops! Oh shit, no, my keyboard! Ah! No! Ah, shit. Okay. Good, I didn't add 10,000 million commas or something. Alright, so that was the original one. There's a couple of details in this one. The crack in the air that he can't see. That's actually kind of important. It kind of should at least allude to that on some level. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add that to the list of key details. Okay, we're going to want to include that. I do think being completely unmoving and not even able to think. Because he's able to clearly think in this one. It's not as creepy, although you're still imagining just hanging completely limp all day or all night. But I think we're going to include that detail from the original draft as well. I don't think there's anything else here I really need. I mean, it might be a bit spookier that you can't tell what's in the other tanks. Maybe cats or birds or something. I don't know. I kind of want to, because in this one he doesn't know that I leave the manticore thing as if it's a surprise later on, but in the later drafts I just come right out and say, there's manticores in all the tanks. Does this improve it at all? Or is it better to just come out and go, hey, you're in a story about manticores, straight out? On the one hand, it's a little bit of mystery. It might make the reader go, you know, what are these? What are in the other tanks? I'm gonna tentatively include this detail. And we may end up changing our mind down the road. He can see paws and he can see wings. So, pressed up against the glass. This will also be making the fluid more opaque in that case, so that he can't see so good through it. So we'll have to keep that in mind going forward. I had actually made the fluid more clear in the second and third draft. Okay, so the next one. I want to add echoing sound of footsteps whenever one of the guys are walking around between the rows. Of course, it's muffled because he's in the, goo, but I wanted to just include a detail there. I wanted to, I want to put more detail in. Hey there, Buster. How's it going? Alright, so our second draft read, it was the dream again. So, good. Straight off gets the first point. Leonard floated limply in a tank of thick fluid. What he could see of the facility was cast in a sickly green tint. Rows of tanks like the one he was in. He You couldn't see how many. There were more below him. Since this is the introduction to the facility, let's add an additional couple of notes. The key details about the facility. He's on a balcony on the second floor. More tanks below. More tanks. Construction. Unfinished. Unfinished construction for more tanks above. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it like this. Bullet points. More tanks below. Unfinished construction above. Bullet point. In poor state of repair. If possible, I'd like to include that detail, that this facility is a bit run down. I mean, that becomes more apparent in the second one, where you've got rooms that have been stripped and are empty, and you get to see a lot more of that. But I'd like to get some of that into the description. So those are all bullet points under the introduction of the facility. Okay, let me see. Where was I? There were many more below him, and incomplete scaffolding above that could have held even more. They were similar but not identical, like rows of jars on a counter or a pantry. Actually, I'd like to add one more detail if possible. We haven't described the materials a lot, but made of scavenged materials. You got a few clues here and there that this place is kind of hobbled together. Like the jars are not identical. They're all slightly different shapes and sizes. Rows of jars on a counter or in a pantry, each a slightly different size or shape, labels missing. Each of the jars held a small manticore suspended within, a winged feline with a scorpion's tail, their all too human eyes open, unblinking, just like his own. See, now that's a fairly... the all too human eyes staring unblinking. I want that detail in the first, or in this as well. So, cats or birds sees a cat's face with all too human eyes staring back, unblinking, like his own. We're going to definitely include that detail. So, we might try to keep the, birds, cats, not sure thing, but we want to keep those all too human eyes. Once something had given way and a nearby tank had fallen to the floor below, or it landed upon another tank, shattering both. So we're going to have to make a decision, by the way. In some drafts I call them tanks. In the last draft I did, I called them jars, when it was his perspective, and then when we switched to the perspective of our lady, our second lead character, she referred to them as tanks. I might go with that. Oh, tier 10. You managed to get to, well, we play the game very differently. You managed to get to the thing without tier 10 material. And you're already in the eras. Sometimes, one or more human forms would wander the catwalks between the tanks and look at the in on the subjects. So you got sometimes. Usually scrawling notes as they lethargically passed from one tank to the next, always dressed in black, looking something like plague doctors, only instead of beaks, they had gas masks that wouldn't have been out of place in the trenches of the First World War. A little bit better way of saying it than the previous draft. Occasionally one of these men would stop and add something to the fluid of one tank or another. One time, one of them stopped in front of the tank right across from Leonard's. After scribbling furiously in his notes for several minutes, he flushed the tank. Then he opened it and pulled the occupant out. He carried it as if it were nothing but a bit of wet laundry. Okay. This is an absolute must detail. It's right here. This has to be in. And that makes it impossible to play the game of he doesn't know what's in the other tanks. Okay. This detail is impossible. I liked it. I did like it. I think it did make things a bit creepier. The mystery of what is in these tanks. But I think that this is too important. This is actually a critical detail. This isn't perfectly in order of importance, but, you know, the things up towards the top are sort of the more important ones. Occasionally a shape would walk among the tanks. Oh, wait, we're past that. Oh, right, that's the first draft, that's why. There was something else in the dream. He felt as if he were being forced through a narrow space, like a crack in the wall. He felt it again each time the dream ended. Is that really better than he could feel it but not see it? I don't know. During the dream, Leonard never spoke, never moved, never thought. During the dream, he didn't really live at all. Hour after hour without sensation. He could hear his alarm, but that had no meaning here. Nothing meant anything while he was in the tank. Alright, so improvement over the first draft. Let's go on to our third and final. Well, not final. We've got a lot of work to go, but... Oh, really? Yeah, I kept expecting the factory shop to sell higher tier stuff too. And, I mean, I get it, but I'm a little disappointed. It sells such an odd collection of things. Like, would you like tier 1 screws? Would you like rods? Would you like, rings, but only for a certain... It's just a very strange collection of things in that shop. Draft 3, go! Well, draft 4, depending on how you count things, but I'm calling it draft 3. Leonard had the most boring, recurring dream he'd ever heard of. Boring might not sound so bad, but this was far from a normal dream. He would spend each night floating lifelessly in a jar of greenish goo. All around him were more jars, each with its own pickling kitten. In this one, it's less dread. We went for a different emotion in this one. There were more jars visible on the floor below as well, and unfinished catwalks above implied they'd intended to jar more pets above him. I was actually intending to have a more sarcastic tone, but I kind of lose that as I get further along in writing this. But you can kind of see in the opening paragraphs I was aiming for what I was aiming for. In this dream, he was a cat as well. Or manticore, more specifically. This is the only draft where I specifically just... as they had wings, scorpion tails, and uncomfortably human-looking eyes. The pupils would sometimes narrow to a vertical slit. Brown, gold, silver, blue, orange. They were in a variety of colors and fur patterns. Leonard himself seemed to be a uniform red. And he was cold. You weren't supposed to be able to feel things in a dream, but he felt like he was being kept in a refrigerator. No matter how warm he was in his bed, in the dream he was freezing. Everything was still except the occasional weirdo dressed like a plague doctor, but with a World War I-style gas mask. They would wander the aisles taking notes. At least one of them was a woman. She spoke in a sing-song that reminded Leonard of how his wife spoke to the flowers in their window box, only without any of the warmth or any of the joy. The words were alien, but somehow he understood them perfect, muffled as they were by her mask. She would say things like, "Don't give up. We're going to make you so strong. Just don't stop growing. You don't want to be one of the failures, do you? We can give you power, but only if you live." She said the same thing to each of the manticores. The rest of the night there was nothing at all. Hour after hour, without so much as a clock to look at. Did other people spend their nights desperately waiting to hear their alarms go off? Leonard doubted it, though sometimes the alarm wasn't enough anymore. It was getting harder and harder to wake. Alright, there's some really good bits in here. I think this was the best draft of this scene on a whole, but we can take quite a bit of good things from this. This whole thing here that I added last night with the lady talking to the manticores, I added this in for multiple reasons. First, I wanted to mention his wife, Holly, as early as I could. For being such a critically important character to the story, she gets almost no screen time in the two episodes we're putting together here. So I wanted to get her a mention as early in as possible, as well as expand her character a little bit more. She's not just an artist and gun enthusiast. She has more going on in her life, more to her. So there's just that she's got so little screen time, it's hard to see much. You get so little detail that will fit. Anyway, but also this kind of, at least I think this is a great detail here. You don't want to be one of the failures, do you? Particularly when we combine that with the thing about the one being drained and carried off like a piece of wet laundry. I think that's powerful there. Promises of we're going to make you so strong, we can give you power. Honestly, I think that's a little bit disturbing coming from somebody dressed like a plague doctor, wearing a old-style gas mask. Oh, we can make you stronger. Yeah. Anyway. Also, it mentions that the language is alien, but he can understand it anyway. That's just a necessary detail. So, I definitely think we're going to keep this. So, let's start grabbing. Let's start grabbing and going. Alright. This was our best draft on a whole. So, this will be our model. Plump. Okay. So... next, we have the first draft here. What do we want from this? What's the best details? I want this one. I'm going to just pop a handful of lines down here. Usually I have more of this. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter how I normally do things. We're just going to do things this way today. So, The idea of moving never occurred to him. I think this. We're throwing out that. Got that. So I'm going to keep this line here for comparison. Okay, then we're going to go to the third draft. Now there's some good stuff we can pull out of here. Floating lifelessly. We may or may not find ourselves using that. Hung lethargic as opposed to floating lifelessly. I think lifelessly is better. Why did someone think they were going to suck? If they have no reason to say that, then you can just ignore them. Anything that is stated without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and take this line. We're gonna compare it. This might be a better line. Then we're gonna go. I'm going to go and take the fur patterns. That detail is not in any of those. I'm going to keep the refrigerator. I'm going to actually take all of this up to here. And I'm going to pop that down here. Okay. And now we're just going to kind of... Man, I really wish I had this on a piece of paper or as a separate window. I think I have to put this in a separate window so that I can put it side by side. I think I gotta. I just don't think there's any other way I can work this. So I'm just gonna throw down a rich text document. I'm gonna pop this sucker in. I don't think people have said I had to be zoomed in or they couldn't read it, so I don't think I can get both on screen at once so that you can see what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I just don't think I can, because I really need to do a side-by-side comparison and go back and forth here. Oh, to what's... Oh, they're saying, oh, people have already figured this out, you're reinventing the wheel. Oh, okay. Hey, you know, I have a ton of suboptimal strategies I use in all the idle games, and people say, why don't you just go on the wiki? Why don't you just use this calculator? I get that sometimes. Because I'm playing a game. This is how I want to play the game. If I just used the wiki and the calculator are playing the game for me and making all of my moves. So, while I'm not personally invested in coding my own scripts, I totally get what you're saying. 100% behind you. If you enjoy coding the scripts, code the scripts. Alright. Let's push this down so I don't have a freaking page break splitting it. And yeah. I'm going to be covering up chat for a little bit so that I can have both of these on screen at once. I don't have my second monitor hooked up right now. So let's see. So... It was the dream again. Seems fine. Leonard floated limply in a tank of thick fluid. What he could see of the facility was cast in a sickly green tint. We do need Leonard's name. The earlier we can mention his name, the better. I think I like this sentence better. I think I'm gonna take this one. This was from the first draft. Oh, damn it. Are you spaced? Don't do that. You know I hate it when you do that. Hold on. Control Shift V. Stupid Google Docs. Trying to be helpful by doing stupid things I don't want. Okay. So I'm gonna... Now, we didn't mention the tank of fluid. Alright. Of thick, greenish goo. Were there any other bits? He would spend each night floating lifelessly. Hung lethargic or floating lifelessly. Floated lifelessly in a tank of thick greenish goo. I think that's better. Okay. All right. Okay. Very good. Next. All that just for our just for a sentence. It was the dream again. It was that dream again. We said we wanted to stress that this was recurring. So we'll go ahead and just throw that in, even though that pushes this down a little bit. It was that dream again. It was the same dream every night. Same dream. Alright, let's see. Rows of tanks like the one he was in. You couldn't see how many. There were more below him, and a complete scaffolding above that could have held even more. They were similar but not identical. Okay. Alright. This is alright. This is alright. We have a little bit of alternate, though, for this one. So, oh, good grief. Control Shift V. Alright, see that? Why do you have to F with my spacing? Oh, you gotta hold down the Shift key when you copy paste, or else we won't copy paste what you want. We'll reformat it for you. Why would I want that? Maybe it's rigged up to defaults to like college student writing a term paper. I think those are the default settings it's set to. Anyway, whatever. I'm not gonna fool with this. Alright. I like the unblinking detail, but I don't like the sentence it's in. We already covered this. Perhaps not unable to move, but the idea of moving never occurred to him. The idea of blinking never occurred to him. You don't really think about blinking, though. Blinking is just something that happens instinctively. It's not really quite correct. Alright, fine. We'll get the unblinking in later when we're describing the other manticores. It's fine. We're gonna dump this. It was only upon waking. You know what? That's the only bit I'm gonna keep of this. And during the dream, he didn't try. It was only upon waking that he'd gather his impressions. I kind of like that, although that might be at odds with Draft 3. Draft 3 was significantly different. I think I can keep it. I think I can keep that detail. Unfinished catwalks here. That's sarcasm. Unfinished catwalks implied they'd intended to. Alright, let's see. Rows of tanks like the one he was in. He couldn't see how many. Whoops. Whoa, don't do that. Urgh. I didn't mean to push F12. Like the one he was in. And more. Unfinished catwalks above implied. Tended to set up even more tanks above him. Okay, I'm gonna change. I'm going to go with him using the word jar in his mind looking at this. So every instance the word tanks is now jars. What's your day job, by the way? I clean toilets for a living. And mop floors. And do minor maintenance. And on and on and on and on. Snow removal, all kinds of junk. That's my day job. Used to be a night job. I enjoyed night shift. Let's see. They were similar but not identical. I don't want jars. You use the word jars too many times. It pays well, and there's medical, and the dental shit. But there's a retirement, a pension, if you work long enough. So, you know, it's a good job. It was very good. I had everything all figured out as a high school student. I had money set aside. I was going to go to Japan. I was going to study computer programming. I was studying computer programming. I was going to become a game designer, and then life happened. And I found that I needed to work full-time. So, I worked full-time instead. And I can't really complain. Well, I mean, I can always complain. We always have the right to complain. But, I came out pretty well. All things considered. I have no debt. No debt of any kind. And I have a solid paycheck. And I have the best hobbies. So. Alright, let me see. How do I write this sentence so I don't find myself writing Jar Jar? We had enough of Jar Jar from the prequels. We don't need to write jar and jar side by side anymore. It should be verboten. We're similar but not identical. Similar but not identical. I don't see any way around it. The jars were similar but not identical. You know what? What the hell? Theosaurus, bail me out! Jar, pot, crock, urn, pitcher, jug, flask, decanter, flagon, ewer, drum, canister, vessel, container. Container. That might work. Maybe not. Glass / earthenware container. Oh! Yeah. As a preteen, I discovered the existence of playtesting for video games, and I thought, as a person who loved video games, oh wow, if I did that, I would stop liking games. I would be forced to play the same game over and over and over again, not in ways that to enjoy it, but ways to find bugs. Somehow I found myself playtesting a bunch of fan and indie games later on in life, but as a hobby. Yeah. Life doesn't ever go as planned. Pitcher, jug. None of these are going to work. Alright. He'll start by describing them as tanks, and then he'll run his analogy and start switching to the word jar. The tanks were similar but not identical, like rows of jars on a counter or in a pantry, each a slightly different size and shape. Labels missing. Each of these jars held a small manticore suspended within. A winged feline with a scorpion's tail. They're all two human eyes open. Theirs are unblinking, just like his own. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna stuff this sentence to the side. We've still got a bit more over there to incorporate. There's a back-end developer. Yeah. Well, at least you finished the apprenticeship, so you've got that on your resume. I don't know how much you're paying attention to the news, but I'm going to just be real brief here. I pointed out on Discord and maybe even in a couple of streams, yeah I did, the M1 money stock hockey sticked. That was, I don't even know, a year ago? I don't know how long ago I talked about that. Anyway, yeah, inflation is, I think everyone at this point, the cat's out of the bag on the inflation and everything, but protect whatever assets you have. Get whatever you can get as a job. I'm not even kidding here. Expect that we're about to hit some turbulence. From a lot of the things I'm seeing around the world, turbulence would be putting it mildly. I don't know exactly how things are going to play out, but the cards on the table, some of them are very frightening right now. So, take care of yourself. A lot of people have jumped on cryptocurrency. I've put a little bit into cryptocurrency myself, mostly because I don't know what else to do. So, yeah. Apprenticeship as a software developer doesn't count for shit. It doesn't? Well. I know if you had completed your apprenticeship as like a locksmith or something, you'd be able to get a good job. I don't know how software handles apprenticeships. In my experience, I see a lot of more technical fields. They just write so many years of experience. If you wanted to be an IT guy or something, they'll be like, we need you to have had 4 years of experience before you can sign up for this job. Like, that's a requirement. I suspect that the people who hire don't always have that, but anyway. Alright, let me see. Like rows of jars on a counter or in a pantry. I'm going to take out on a counter. Like rows of jars in a pantry, each a slightly different size and shape. So, there we go. The detail of them being mismatched. Each of these jars held a small manticore suspended within, a winged feline with a scorpion's tail, their all too human eyes open, unblinking, just like his own. Once something had given way, and a nearby jar had broken loose and fallen to the floor below, where it landed upon another tank, shattering both. Another manticore tank? Can I guess I'll just call it that. As a non-apprentice. Ah, that's how they get you, is it? Huh. I don't know. I don't know about where you work. I've heard other people who are programmers speak, and I've heard that I've heard professional programmers say they absolutely hate when college students get hired, or people who worked at other companies, because they come in and they have certain ways they were taught to program, and it's not the way their team does things. And it was the way the teacher taught them, or the way they did it at the other company, and they can't change. They will refuse to work the way everybody else on the team does. So I've heard professional programmers say they would much, much rather the company just hired people out of high school, and they would just teach them themselves. So I don't think that that's the hiring practice anywhere yet. But I've heard that sentiment more than once, and I find it interesting. I mean, I could totally see it. Like, I knew kids in high school that were in the same programming class as me that were ridiculously sharp. They picked up stuff, and they were good. So I could totally see just picking a couple of the bright ones, but all of them would want to go to college, obviously. So I don't know. Yep. Everything is crashing right now. We're supposed to be recovering, and instead everything, at least things are on a downward trajectory all over the place. As I said earlier, we're adults here. We have to take care of ourselves. Don't take my financial advice, but take someone's financial advice, because holy shit, I fully expect things to continue to get uglier. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll just make this phenomenal recovery out of nowhere, but every sign points to a downward trajectory. Alright, let's see. So, this covers that. Alright, now we're coming up to... Oh, you dislike object-oriented programming? Honestly, I have no opinion. I remember when object-oriented programming was like the hot new thing. And they're like, yes, this is the future, and getting books on it. And honestly, all of my coding knowledge is so far out of date, and I haven't done computer programming in so long, I should just keep my mouth shut. I have no particular opinion on object-oriented programming or not. Oh yeah, the money printer go burr. Oh, you just print more money. It'll solve all your problems. What's that? Hyperinflation? That's not a real thing. Oh, that just happened to people in the past. That couldn't possibly happen to us. We're too big to fail now. You realize that almost all the world currencies are pinned to the dollar? You realize that when the dollar has problems, it literally screws over like most of the major currencies on Earth get disrupted with it? You're gonna keep the money printer going. You're gonna spend more. You're gonna spend more. Let me guess. The politicians, they never studied economics, but somebody told them about Keynesian economic model. and they heard through the telephone game, and they went, "Ah, you spend more money to get out of debt." That's not what it means. That's not what it says. That's not. Yes, of course. More spending fixes everything. No, that's not what he wrote. What do you do? It would be better if that man had never existed. It's not. Yeah, no. If only everyone were forced to read Adam Smith in high school. You may criticize Adam Smith all you want, but he had a very solid foundation. And if every single person who was going to cast a vote had that basic foundation, it would be hard for us to screw things up. Harder. Okay, humanity has unlimited potential to screw shit up. But it would be harder for humans to screw shit up. You know, don't have great confidence in the euro, sir. Don't have great confidence in the euro. I'm just gonna make one. There's a lot of shit going on, but I'm gonna put my finger on one thing going on in Europe. France. Now, France is always protesting. I mean, it would be news if they weren't protesting. But this yellow vest shit was a little bit different. This yellow vest thing was definitely different. But it never stopped. It just kept going. Then we've come to the point where a bunch of former generals put an open letter that there's going to be, they basically said there's going to be a revolution. And they got in all kinds of trouble for that. I believe some people were dragged in for court-martials. Like, it was bad, okay? I'm not going to pretend like I understand how a former general can get in trouble for saying something when he's, but whatever. It's a military professional giving his military opinion. You should probably listen to that. Now, the regular soldiers, after seeing what happened and the trouble that that these people got into, they also put out a letter anyway going, and I saw a poll. I don't put a lot of faith in polls, but it said that basically 58% of the people in France feel that there is a revolution coming. Yeah, France is one of the big three that foots a lot of the bills for the EU. I am not sure that I would. Well, I'm not taking all of my US dollars and turning them into euros. I don't live in Europe. I don't have a firm enough understanding of European politics. But that's not the only place that concerns me. But yeah, I am not confident in the stability of the European Union at this time. If you know more than me, feel free to criticize me and say this fool doesn't know what he's talking about. Hey, I live in freaking Alaska. I'm as far away as I can be from everything. I even have quite a lot of distance from almost everything going on in the US. So, yeah. And there's a lot of economic linkage between America and Europe also. So that if America, if our currency goes to shit, it will have a major impact. It would definitely have a major impact all over. It's going to affect the entire world. It's going to affect everyone. This is concerning. So, yeah. Hmm. Starship Troopers. Make voters have a stake. It used to be... See, it's funny. At least in the U.S., it was originally rigged up that only landowners could vote, because the Founding Fathers felt that if everyone could vote, then the poor people would vote themselves all the money. It was actually life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was originally supposed to be life, liberty, and property, but they changed it to in pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness. But, yeah, then... And women could vote, too, if they held land. Then they changed it to only men can vote, all men can vote. With some weird caveats in different places, but, you know. Then, you know, anyway, it's been progressing a long time here, but, yeah. So now everyone can vote. I heard about what happened with Greece. That was a while ago now. I hear a lot about unelected officials in Brussels when I hear Europeans talk about their own politics. Yeah, well, I have no strong opinion about whether or not it should be landowners or something else. I don't know a better way. Democracy is the very worst system of government, except for all the others we've tried. Except we're not democracies, we're republics. But regardless, constitutional republics at that. But, yeah, I don't know what to say. If I had the solution, if I had the perfect system of government, I'd tell everyone, I solved all of our civilization's problems. But I don't. I look at the gerrymandering, I look at all the different madness with how we do things, and I wonder, this can't be the best way. This can't be the best way of governing. But I have nothing to advocate, because I don't know a better system. Oh wait, I do. Put me in charge. Just give me absolute power. You know, because I know everything. I can fix everything, right? That's what every dictator thinks. Yeah. Service. I've heard that before, the argument. You could have, it wouldn't have to be military. It could include social service or different things. In Korea, every citizen, I think every male, has to do military service in Korea. I mean, that model, there are places where they use that model and it works, but you could also have other forms of service. But you know what would happen, don't you? If you said... If you took America and you said everyone has to join the military to vote, immediately politicians would go, I created a new branch of government that's called the sit on your couch and eat potato chip branch. And now everybody who joins the sit on the couch and eat potato chip branch, well, they're all going to vote for me because I'm going to keep giving them more money and more funding and better couches. And if you added non-military, they'd just be like, I created a new division of whatever service. This is the problem. This is the problem. It's always the problem. It's always the same problem. You can create any system you like, and they're gonna fuck it up. They're going to fuck it up right away. They're immediately going to get started looking for ways, looking for every exploit, every loophole. And you know what they do when they can't find an exploit or a loophole? They just ignore your Constitution. I'm serious. They just ignore it. Straight out. It happens over and over again. It's unbelievable. So no, I don't have a better system, because as far as I can tell, no system can function long term. every system is going to break down sooner or later. Because there's going to be millions of people who... There's just going to be people who are going to break your system on purpose. Every time. Tons of pointers to the election. As a person who's enjoying the privileges of being on YouTube, I'm not allowed to question any historical election. Unless, of course, that historical election happened 100 years ago. Then nobody cares. Yeah, there are a lot of elections, even elections going back 100 years ago, that are sus. The whole system is got a lot that is very sus. There's some question as to whether or not states, when they put forth things, propositions, that they don't just select the proposition that they want. There's a lot. But I'm here to write a novel. I took a week off work to write this novel, so I'm gonna have to get on this. I know, the Second Amendment literally says shall not be infringed. Literally. That's what's written on the page. Hey, if you want to change it, there's a whole process. You can get some states to vote. You can actually change the Constitution. All you need to do is get people to agree to change the Constitution. But that's not what they do. They just say, yeah, we passed a local ordinance. And then they just do something. And they're just like, we've decided we're going to ban this. Or we're going to create this new regulation or restriction. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yep. I try to avoid getting political. Once you become a political YouTuber, there's no escape. You're a political YouTuber forever. So, that's not what I want for this channel. I'm gonna write this now. Where was I? It's gonna be great. Years from now, when I'm the award-winning author, people will come back to look at this. To look at how I wrote this story as an example of fine fiction writing. And they're going to be like, what the hell are they talking about? What's the US dollar? What's the EU? I am so optimistic about our society's chances right now. Man. But seriously, take care of yourself, man. I've been trying to show everyone, like, we're in for some rough times. Take care of yourself. Make sure you got what you need. Alright. So... I'm going to dump this. I'm going to dump this entirely. I'm then going to take this. Sorry, you can't see. I just deleted something on the other document. Alright, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put this here. Oh, doggone you. Shift V. There we go. We're, as I said in the description, Frankensteining things together. But there's gonna be further editing passes. I do want this. Alright. Sometimes one or more human forms would wander the catwalks between the tanks. He's using the word jars generally. And look in on the subjects, usually scrawling notes as they lethargically pass from one tank to the next. They dressed in all black, looking something like plague doctors. No need for a comma there. Only instead of beaks, they had gas masks that wouldn't have looked out of place in the trenches of the First World War. It's probably the best way I phrased that sentence. Okay, next. Alright. Oh, doggone it. At least one of them was a woman. In turn. She's got no warmth or joy to it because there's freaking so many of these things and she goes through each day. So it's probably written down somewhere in the notes that this decreased the number of losses. By the time she gets up to his tank on the second floor, she's just repeating everything by rote. Alright. Delete that. I still have the crack in the air and a really good half sentence. Okay. This is not going to be one time. This is going to have happened that night. So we're going to shift things up a little bit with this chunk here. And I do want the crack in the air. I think I'll actually put that at the end. I'm probably not going to get to use this half sentence. Sniper coin? I don't get the reference. Is that a new crypto you speak of? Oh, really? Tab causes it to be... Alright, fine. Whatever. Alright. Once we finish this, we're going to go over the checklist, and then we're going to see how it ended up looking. Here, there we go. So it's no longer one time. This is going to have happened this night. Today she stopped. It'll be her. In front of the tank, right across from Leonard's. After scribbling furiously. In her notes for several minutes. She let out a long sigh and flushed the tank. She opened it, pulled the occupant out. She carried it as if it were nothing but a bit of wet laundry. Okay. So, today she did this. She continued. She continued to the next job. gave the same... What do I want to call this? Empty platitudes. Spiel. Say, she goes up to the next tank and just keeps going through her same thing while she's got this dead cat tucked under her arm. Just keeps going about her job. Like it's not just too much trouble to walk somewhere and dispose of this. Let me finish. There's only a few left over here. Ah. Okay. Yeah. I like Ethereum. That's not advice. I just like Ethereum more of the options presented. But I think it would be wise of me to purchase a little bit of a whole bunch of different cryptocurrencies. Someone was talking about how they used to have like all these different cryptocurrencies, a little bit in each, and then he decided to sell them all and buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin did go up, but he would have made a ton of money had he retained holding a bit of Doge, a bit of this, a bit of that, because some of those just went up like rockets, randomly. And I'm like, you know, that's not a bad idea. For all I know, the entire cryptocurrency market could come crashing down tomorrow. The governments could just decide to start taxing it. That would hurt. The governments could just decide to release their own crypto coins and burn the fields of the existing ones. One of them could have a catastrophic security failure. It really wouldn't matter which one it happened to. People would lose confidence in all the cryptos if there was one big security failure. It could happen. What are you going to do, though? What are you going to do when everything is losing value all over the place? You're either going to go out and buy physical objects and hold those objects in hopes you can sell them later, or you're going to buy, I guess, precious metal or crypto, or you're going to buy stocks. But I mean, it's like it's hard. Yeah, China's doing theirs. Well, that's the whole point. That's why governments would want it. I do believe that a cryptocurrency will be the future. In fact, it may well be intentional to crash existing currencies so that they can roll such a thing out, although that's getting tinfoil hatty. It makes too much sense. Every single transaction made is tracked. That means that there's no more under the table anything. Everything would be tracked. You would have so much control of your currency. There would be no such thing as tax evasion. How could you evade a tax? You couldn't. That said, I don't think that any of the existing cryptocurrencies will necessarily be the winner. Maybe Bitcoin or Ethereum or something that's not even on anyone's radar ends up surviving and being a big deal. Could be. Or it could be that they're all intentionally destroyed so that we all have to use GovCoin, FedCoin, whatever. Yeah. Hard to say, but I do think a currency with every single purchase is tracked is the future. What's that Bible verse? In Revelation, your gold will find you out, or your gold will expose you, something like that. Yeah, I kind of think that's going to happen. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Right now, nothing that's called a cryptocurrency can actually be used as a currency. They're all too unstable. You can't have a currency that's doing this with its value. You can't exchange. No. They have to have some stability. So, we'll see. I'm not a crypto expert. Go listen to actual crypto experts so that they can properly mislead you. Don't let me, an amateur, mislead you. Get the experts to do it correctly. Alright. I don't know how to word this. She just gives the same speech. I'm just going to go with empty platitudes. Maybe we'll fix this in a later draft. I gave the same empty platitudes. She had given him... And... I'm deleting the sentence. Oops. Okay, so there we go. I kind of feel like I need this... something about this here. Although, this is clumsy. I say there's no way it'll make it into the final draft, but just watch. This sentence will somehow end up unchanged in the final draft. There's nothing so permanent as a temporary fix, yes? I'm gonna actually go with this. Copy paste fail somehow. There we go. Yeah, we're taking that sentence from draft 1. Oh, hey, look, my NGU industry video finally finished rendering. I could start its uploading later. Okay, so... Alright. Scene 1 complete. Let's check our checklist and see that everything's there. Oh, still need this. Hold on. Echoing footsteps. I need... Okay, fine. Alright. Let's start with the senses. Hearing. Well, we just took care of that one with the echoing stuff, and then her sing-song voice. So let me see. Where's strike-through? Oh no! Surely you have strike-through, Google Docs. One sec. Text format. Okay, hold on. There's no button text. Format, here we go. Format text. Okay, it was backwards. Alt-Shift-S. Okay, so we got hearing. Alt-Shift. Touch. Well, he's floating in stuff, but he is cold. And that is the sense of touch. So, what was that? Shift-Control-S? No. Do not turn on my microphone. I'm already using my microphone, actually. But I don't want Google using my microphone. Oh, Alt-Shift. I used Control. Okay, Alt-Shift. Alt-Shift-S. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, that's not an S? That's a 5? Alt-Shift-5. Strike through. The shortcut is Alt-Shift-5. Why? Alright, smell and taste. He's literally suspended in fluid. I thought about actually straight up just saying this sight. Well, we got sight. These two, we can't do them. We can't. His nose is full of goo, and his tongue is it's not. He can't taste shit. How many idols are you currently running? Let's see. NGU Industries. Perfect Tower 2. Let me see. One sec. Oh dear, what have you done? You've gone and drawn my attention away. Okay, so that's 2. NGU Idol. That's 3. Well, I mean, Idling to Rule the Gods is open. I mean, I don't really play it anymore exactly, but it's still running. Synergism. Okay, that's 5. Oh, yeah. And YouTube. Depending on who you ask, that's an idle game, too. Alright, let's see. Sense of dread. Did we succeed in giving this scene a sense of dread? I'm not sure. I think it needs a couple more passes. But you know what? I'm going to give myself that. Alright. It's a recurring dream. The same dream every night. And then at the end... I don't know. I might want to stress this a little bit more. Let's see. Particularly this end chunk, I'm gonna need to alter. I think this stresses it. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself that one. Isn't it great being the sole judge critiquing your own success or failure? Oh yeah, then there'll be when I actually put it out and get all the criticism. But until then, I'm the only person who decides if it's successful or not. Manticores being grown en masse. I think we got that point across. 1 manticore is taken that night. Done. Okay, introduction of the location facility. I don't think it's quite clear he's on a balcony per se, but we've made it clear he's on the 2nd floor, that there are more tanks below. Drew attention by literally dropping one onto one. Unfinished construction to house more tanks above. The place is run down. Well, you saw a thing literally fall down. Is there any more signs I could give? Loose bolts. Yes. Let's see. I mean, unless there's vibration, they're not going to slowly be becoming visibly looser with time. Maybe... what's something we can say that shows it's in a poor state of repair? That's right. Especially executioner. Okay, I need some way to show the facility's in a poor state of repair. My gosh, have I spent 2 hours on scene 1? Holy shit. Yeah, we're gonna have to pick up the pace a little. It's the composite draft. It's kind of like the big one. After this, it'll all be editing. I'd like to say it'll all be downhill, but I know what my editing process is gonna be like. Alright, let's see. Wait, it's... he's in the tank. There's so little he can see. Door that doesn't latch properly. Creaks. There. Alright. In poor repair. Run down. Good enough. Credited. Now this one we're not at all showing. I mean, we do see the jars are all different sizes. That should be a cue that this, you know, that... but that's it. That's the only clue we've got. Half credit. I could do better on this one. The crack in reality is just kind of sitting around. I mean, it's there. I might be able to improve upon this. Half credit. Not able to think. Actually, we're a bit waffly on that. We state that he can't think, but he does seem to think. I have that half sentence that would be great. And during the dream he didn't try. It was only upon waking that he'd gather his impressions. I like that a lot. But it's also got a good punch when it goes straight from never thought to didn't really live at all. But I'm gonna wipe this one out. I think I'm just gonna snag this and pop it in here, and let's see how we can Frankenstein this in place. During the dream, he didn't even try. Gather his impressions. His, not him. Gather him impressions. That actually sounds like that could be an accent or a speech pattern someone could have. He gathered him impressions. Yeah, I mean, the feeling that he's cold is a sensation. Alright. Good enough. And we got this one in, most definitely. Good enough on this one. We'll credit it. Okay, so a few things I need to go back in edits and do. I'm going to go ahead and put these up here at the top. I may decide to put additional things in for the next, for editing. We can't do taste or smell here, so not much I can do to help that. So here's the scene. And I guess it's time to move on to the next scene. Alright, scene 2, character introduction. Even though we literally just spent this entire scene as Leonard, we didn't really introduce him. He's not really able to introduce him. So he gets his character introduction here in scene 2. Also, for the later drafts, we'll definitely be adding things relating to holding attention, how many things does the scene do at once, that kind of thing. Like, as we do the edits, there's going to be a lot. Alright, so scene 2, dominant emotion, I am not sure. Slice of life is not an emotion. I don't know. Uncertain. Unclear. Character introduction to Holly. Impossible things are happening to Leonard's body. I'm gonna add a mention of someone dying in their sleep. Was there anything else? Let's see. So we're gonna go into our various drafts now, and we're gonna read the next scene. Alright, so from the first draft. Once again, the first draft is the smallest. So, most bare bones, just getting the general ideas down. Finally, he turned over in his bed and forced his eyes open. He saw Hilly's freckled face. Oh yeah, we were calling her Hilly in the first 2 drafts. She's Holly now. His wife had already shut his alarm off and was gently shaking him. Here, she pushed a cup of coffee into his hands as he sat up. The mug was hot and he had to use the handle. Were you working all night again? Leonard sipped his coffee. Extra cream, just the way he liked it. Hilly grinned and held up a bullet. She'd meticulously painted it. It looked like a tiny ICBM. Oh, sorry, no, a little missile. Finished all 200 of them. She tossed it in the air and caught it. Already sold half of them, and I only put them up half an hour ago. Boy, she was very successful in this first draft, wasn't she? Leonard slid out of bed. What, a store owner or something? She shrugged. Or maybe he just wants to shoot him. He shook his head. Gun folk were strange. So gun people were strange folk. He gave his wife a kiss on the cheek. Already the dream forgotten. Mostly forgotten. It always left an impression. A feeling of dread that lingered. I like this. I'm gonna put this over here in our bin because I'm 99.9% positive we're not going to be using this as our basis. Honey, Her voice trembled. She was looking at his tattoo. Leonard looked down at his arm. His tattoo had faded. The fighter jet he'd gotten as a teen, to piss off his grandfather, who hated everything associated with the military, was barely recognizable, looking more like a badly drawn triangle and a screaming engine of force projection. We might actually find ourselves borrowing bits from this piece as well. Leonard brushed at it with 2 fingers, as if it had gotten dirty and could just be cleaned off. I think that's better than its equivalent later as well. Then he shrugged. It's an old tattoo. He tried to sound nonchalant, but recently scars had been disappearing from his body as well. Between the exhaustion and now this, he would have to see a doctor. He pulled on his work uniform, which amounted to a yellow shirt with the logo of the gas station he worked at the front, grabbed a day-old donut, and cursed himself for not buying medical insurance. He'd always sworn to himself that he'd get that taken care of by the time he hit the big 3-0, but that was still a year away. Maybe it wasn't a big deal. Maybe he wouldn't need to see a doctor. He could wait. He tried Googling disappearing tattoos a few different ways before putting his phone away and climbing into the old Toyota. Okay. Bare bones. I fished a few sentences out I might like. Alright then. Second draft. Leonard awoke by degrees. Slowly, the blur before him resolved into his wife's freckled face. Hilly had turned off his alarms and opened the curtains to let the morning sun and bird song spill through their small window. She was beaming. Her beautiful brown eyes sparkled as they caught the light. Leonard found it almost immediately. On a small blue shelf next to the window there was an array of bullets of various shapes and calibers, each painstakingly painted. One had flames on it, another with red, white, and blue. A few had quotes or verses written in calligraphy, usually with a depiction of a historical figure or movie character who said the quote. Another set were themed after playing cards. A couple even had tiny pin-up girls painted on them, as if they were old-time warplanes. This morning there was a new one, a long rifle round painted like a miniature ICBM. I'm gonna snag this paragraph. I'm 99% positive I'm going to use the third draft as the basis. She pressed a cup of coffee into Leonard's hands and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Then brushed a few strands of her chestnut hair out of her face and stood. She adjusted the strap on her blue jean overalls and went into the kitchen. Leonard took a deep sip of the coffee. It had lots of cream and sugar, just the way he liked it. His bare feet hit the cold hardwood floor. On a coat hanger she'd hung from a curtain rod was his work uniform, a simple yellow polo shirt with a corporate logo of the station he worked at, the service station. Well, I call it a gas station, a service station, and a truck stop between the drafts. And the nicest pair of black pants that he owned. His work pants. All his pants were former work pants that had gotten too worn. I kinda like this detail, but I only give it a 50-50 chance of getting into the final draft. He pulled the shirt on. It was getting tight around his stomach, but it was also still warm from the dryer, and that felt great. He took the time to visit the bathroom sink and shave the black stubble from his face, and hastily worked to tame his hair with a comb. Was it getting even thicker? Wasn't it supposed to thin as he aged? Something struck him odd about his eyes today. It wasn't anything he could put his finger on. They looked just as gray and ordinary as ever, but... Then he noticed his arm. His tattoo had lost its shape. The cartoonish fighter jet on his upper arm had become sharp and angular. Or had been sharp and angular. Missiles and guns exaggerated. He'd had it since he was a teen, and this morning it was just a blurred mess. He rubbed at it, not sure what to make of this. He thought he could still make out the guns. The yellows and reds of them firing were still visible, kinda. He scowled at it. Finally he went over to the medical bag and took a bandage and wrapped it around the unsightly thing, hiding the eyesore until he had time to figure out what to do about it. Boop! He left the cramped bedroom into the main room. A small kitchen where Hilly was packing his lunch, separated from the rest of the apartment by a counter. The rest of the apartment consisting of a single room with their computer, all of Hilly's paints, brushes, and bullets, and a couple bookshelves loaded with DVDs. Leonard grabbed a day-old donut in his lunch bag and turned to leave. He had spent too long in bed and had to hurry. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. Healy was staring at the bandage on his arm. Then she looked up to meet his eyes. Leonard shrugged, then patted her on the shoulder, gave her a quick kiss, and moved on with his day. Okay. And that brings us to the third draft. Schneider? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, it's important to keep track of that.
Yeah, well, I'll go to the bank tomorrow. Thank you. Money printer go burr. Alright, anyway. So, I am going to grab this entire mass. Look at how much longer this one is than the other two. I knew that this was by far the best of the three. Now, I don't have nearly as many key details lumped in here. Obviously, these two characters' relationship is expressed here. Anyway, we'll look this over and see. So, it does like part of the I don't know. A lot of these things just fall under character introduction to me. It's like, okay, we do establish we're in the real world. I guess I should mention that. Actually, there had been some discussion. I spent like a month plotting this story, and there had been a small amount of discussion between me and my friends as to whether or not I should set it in a different time period. But I was pretty set on modern times from the beginning. So, we established their income level. We establish, you know, what their living space is like, but that's really part of the character introduction. Like the facility is like a character in and of itself. Whereas their apartment is more like a part of their character. I don't know, maybe I think about things in really weird ways. Probably. You probably already knew that about me. Yeah, this is her only scene. So, we want to give her as much as we can. During the course of this, we know she's into guns. We know she's an artist. We know that she sells her art and successfully makes at least some money at it. we added in that detail to the first thing about her having a window box. We should probably mention its existence, at least in passing, so that we know that she has a green thumb. We know she has a trauma kit, so that she's received at least first aid training, at least some basic medical knowledge. We get to see he's a bit of a nerd through a couple different hints in here. His body is, I think it's all of it just kind of falls under character introduction to me. We give them a thorough introduction. So I have, wow, almost a page of things that I might want to slip into this as we go. All right. So you told me not to let you sleep in. A hand on Leonard's shoulder gently shook him. He opened his eyes. The curtains had been drawn open to spill warm sunlight onto his face. He could smell coffee. Let's see. I think there's too much in this sentence already for me to slip in a window box with flowers. His eyes focused. A blur soon resolved into his wife's freckled face. Hold on, let me compare that with the second draft for a second. Why do I like this sentence more? I don't know why I like that sentence more. Slowly, the blur before him resolved into his wife's freckled face. We're missing the bird song. We also lost our bird song. Let's work that back in. What's a particularly fragrant flower? Let's see. Time. Really? Time. You can even have a citrus flower smell well. All right. Citrus. fine. Two separate words, whatever. Okay, there we go. She slid the window open. The small window open, allowing bird song and the strangely citrus scent of thyme growing in their window box. She looked to be brimming with excitement. Let me guess. You finally beat that game on your phone? Holly shook her head, a grin spreading across her face, white teeth peeking out from her pink lips. Oh, yeah, that's peeking like a mountain. Whoops, there we go, that's better. You'll never guess. But her eyes gave it away. They flicked to the top of the dresser. Leonard glanced over to it. Several dozen bullets sat on a bit of red velvet. They were sorted by size, each with a different design she'd hand-painted. One of your designs sold well? Holly nodded enthusiastically. I sold the whole lot! She passed Leonard a cup of hot coffee. He took a long sip, heavily sweetened, the way he liked it. It was heavily sweetened, the way he liked it. She took a rifle round with the phrase, "You're already dead," painted on with a picture of an anime character's face. That design had been his own suggestion. Someone ordered all 100 of them! She rolled the long bullet between two fingers, then tossed it in the air. Well, all 97 that we had left. She attempted to catch the bullet out of the air, but fumbled it, slapping it against the wall. Ah! It hit the hardwood floor with a tink. Leonard scratched his stubble. Why would anyone want more than one? What would they do with them all? Holly shrugged one shoulder. Maybe a guy owns a gun shop. She picked the bullet up with her toes and lifted her foot up and dropped it into her hand. For some reason, she thought painting her toenails red made her feet look more appealing. Or maybe he just wants to fire 'em. Leonard shook his head. Gun people were weird. Oh, doggone it. Hold on. Always have to hold the shift key because Control V just isn't good enough. Mostly forgotten, but always left an impression. A feeling of dread that lingered. Tuaru? I do not know the Tuaru franchise. What is that? If they have a guy that says you're already dead, I can't help that. I was actually making a Fist of the North Star reference. Alright. Alright. Leonard stood up and gave his wife a kiss on the cheek. Already the dream forgotten. Mostly forgotten. It always left an impression, a feeling of dread that lingered. Ah! A certain magical index. Yeah, I've heard. I watched some of the anime. I've heard over and over again that a scientific railgun is really good. Apparently, there's several railgun series that are top notch. It's supposed to be a really excellent universe. Like, just a really interesting universe with a lot of different stories in it. But I have not had the chance to get into it yet. It's on my to-do list, but you know how anime watch lists are. I've never formally written mine out, but it would be pretty freaking long. But yeah. No, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. You know, I could have taken this week off and spent the whole week just watching anime instead of writing. This is my 4th time writing the same story. Okay, this time I'm doing Composite Draft. I wrote the same thing 3 times in a row. The light novels. Well, reading the light novel. If I could get somebody to do audiobooks of just light novels, man. If someone were willing to pay me to make audiobooks of all the light novels, I would be happy to do it. I would be all too happy to make light novels audiobooks. That would be great. But yeah, no. If I were going to read a light novel, it would probably be, the first one I'd go for is the spider one. Although, man, the next episode comes out tomorrow. I read the manga, but the manga is not, we need more. We need more spider. Actually, I discovered Odd Taxi the other day. There's only 5 episodes out right now, 5 or 6. Odd Taxi is something you should give a chance. Give it 2 episodes. I couldn't describe it if I wanted to. It's called Odd Taxi. It's about a taxi driver who's a walrus. I don't know what else to say. If you think my recommendations are worth anything, give it 2 episodes. It's probably going to be the show that nobody watched. But everyone who did watch it goes, man, that was actually really great. Yeah. I tried watching a certain magical index. I didn't get very many episodes in before I just lost interest in it. So maybe the light novels were great and the anime is just a terrible adaptation. I don't know. But I've heard that the Railgun anime is really, really excellent. Odd Taxi is good. It's not like anything else. Man, there are times when I've wished I was an anime channel. And I just talk about my love of anime and all the different shows I'd recommend. I'd recommend a lot of older shows. Like, all the anime channels, they're always about what's happening at this moment. Like, what's the hot new thing? And I'd be like, so how many of you have never watched Saber Marionette J? How many of you have ever heard of, and just go off on all these old shows? Because they're all still every bit as good as the day they were made. Alright, anyway, let me see. He found his work shirt, where she'd hung it for him on a curtain rod. So, what are you gonna do with the money? Invest it? The yellow polo shirt with the company logo was getting tight around his middle, but it was still warm from the dryer, so it felt good. Now's a good time to get into crypto. If by invest you mean buy a new microwave. She adjusted his collar, then kissed him on the cheek. I put in proper names too many times. there's scenes where you have to over and over again include their names because you've got like two guys talking. But when you've got a guy and a girl talking, you can just say him, her, and save yourself a few letters. Index 3 dropped the ball hard in some arcs. Yeah, I'd like to get into the light novels. Man, it would be so great if they were audiobook versions. I know that sounds ridiculous, but no, it's so convenient. I can be out there, I can be rototilling, I can be doing the dishes, I can be doing anything, and just pop in an audiobook. And it just basically compounds, it doubles the amount of things I can get done in the same amount of time. Whereas when I have to physically read a book, I have to sit down and physically read the book. And then I can't get dishes done while I'm reading. I don't have the level of coordination to read a book and clean the dishes. So I find audiobooks to be an incredible way to just compound how much you can do at once. Just one of the many benefits of being promoted to customer. After you have been employeeted, you can do many wonderful things. Like watch all the anime, eat all the potato chips. All the potato chips. I could make dip with sour cream. No. See, where was I? If by invest you mean buy a new microwave, she adjusted his collar, then kissed him on the cheek. And maybe I can finally pick up that Winchester I've had my eye on. Okay, looks like the next... Okay, yeah. Tried a lever action at the range once. It was a pure joy to shoot. Leonard pulled on his pants and went to the bathroom sink for a quick shave. I pity the burglar who tries to break in here. Holly had moved into the kitchen. Don't be silly. No one uses a rifle to scare off a burglar. I want to say that she hardly had to raise her voice because their apartment's so freaking small. There we go. Their apartment was so small that Holly hardly had to raise her voice as she moved into the kitchen. Don't be silly. No one uses a rifle to scare off a burglar. As Leonard shaved, he stared at his face in the mirror, and something about his eyes bothered him. Well, why don't you buy something more practical then? Maybe a revolver? I just don't like handguns. The refrigerator door shut. I can never hit a thing with one, and they ain't no fun to shoot. Steel gray, but they looked off somehow. But he couldn't figure out what it was. Sides, shotguns are the best when you want to scare people off your property, and we got 2 of them already. Not already, and we got 2 of them. So what will we need a pistol for? As he was drying his face with a towel, he noticed something wrong with his tattoo. Okay, here, now we come up, I've got something here. Oh, hold on. Alright, I'm going to put on space there. We'll come back to that, hold up. How much detail do we want to add to this? Because we have a great little paragraph here. Okay, delete that one. So, here we have yeah, I don't think that any of the light novels have audiobooks. It's wide open. Man, it is wide open. Somebody is gonna get hit with the obvious idea, and then it's gonna be Audible. Of course it's gonna be Audible. I'm not a fan of Audible. But man, I don't like the way they've monopolized the entire market. But man, all the light novels you'd ever want. I think they're all, I don't know, I haven't gotten into them yet, but I think they're all just hanging out on the internet for free. Let's see. Hey, look, I'm making one right now, sort of. Okay, so on a small blue shelf next to the window, there was an array of bullets of various shapes and calibers, each painstakingly painted. It's a little bit better. Now we're not using design side by side. That bugged me when I read it aloud. Several dozen bullets sat on a bit of red velvet. They were sorted by size. Let's say they were sorted by caliber. Cool. I will definitely check my Discord, assuming that I don't just immediately pass out. Okay, I gotta include some of this. Let's see. Flames, boring, red, white, and blue, obvious. Quotes and verses written in calligraphy depicting a historical figure or movie character who said the quote. Themed after playing cards. But the one about the old, the pin-up girls painted on them like they were old-time warplanes, that's gotta stay. That would definitely sell. So we'll include only a little bit of it. We'll cut it down to this. Some had quotes or verses written in calligraphy, usually with a depiction of a historical figure or movie character who said the quote. I could totally see someone buying that. Another had a set themed after playing cards. There was a 4th of July themed set. And a couple even had tiny pin-up girls painted on them as if they were old-time warplanes. I like that one. I like that one. Okay. Now I've got a little bit on his pants. Where does he put his pants on? There it is. His work pants. He wears black slacks. They look nice. Yeah, assuming I'm not just so exhausted by the end of this that I just pass out. As happened to me a couple of times with this. But barring that, I'm always checking my Discord pretty regularly. And I'm pretty good about responding to messages, at least. Okay, anything else? I kind of wanted to include the thing about the work pants and all his clothes being former work pants, but I think it's fine. We can leave that out. Alright. But there is something about him shaving. Something about them was bothering him. Alright. Okay. There we go, there we go. Alright. Another line about his hair getting thicker as well. That might still make it in. Work to remove back to his face with a razor. Okay. I think every single thing left relates to the tattoo now that I've got in my little palette over here. It had lost its shape and become a blurry mess. He frowned at it and brushed at it with 2 fingers, as if it was just dust covering it. Let me see. I think I'll go with... is it dust? As if it had gotten dirty and could just be cleaned off. But you know, she said thoughtfully, if you're saying that you want a handgun, she stressed the word you, to carry while at work, well, I'd be glad to buy it for you. The tattoo had been the size of 2 fists, a cartoonish fighter jet with exaggerated guns and missiles. He'd gotten as a teen to piss off his grandfather. The old tyrant hated all things military. Looked like a badly drawn triangle of black, red, and yellow ink on his upper arm. Silence except for the bird song coming from the window. Leonard realized it was his turn to speak and tried to remember what the question had been. "Oh no, I'm not fishing for anything. I wouldn't know what to do with a gun even if you gave me one. You know, I can't hit even a stationary target." The wrestling in the kitchen resumed. "Well, I guess that's so." Okay. Screaming engine of force projection gone. I do want to mention his scars have been disappearing as well. Leonard found Holly's trauma kit and borrowed a bandage. He wound it around the unsightly mess on his upper arm, covering the eyesore until he had time to think about what to do about it. Eyes are darting back and forth between 2 different drafts. Delete that. I want to include that recently scars have been disappearing from his body. I just don't know where to put it. I think it'll be when he's shaving, maybe. Oops. Too many details all side by side. Just casually mentioning more impossible things like a scar just spontaneously vanishing. Okay, he does something about his eyes he can't put his finger on. We get the tattoo. Okay, I think we're through all of that. Let's just go over the last bit now. Leonard found Holly's, let's see, yep. When he was satisfied the bandage wouldn't come loose easily, he walked into the main room of their apartment. It was cramped, with a tiny kitchen on one end, a large table in the middle dominated by Holly's paints, brushes, and other art supplies. Leonard's computer in the corner of the table. Okay. Dominated by her paints, brushes, and other art supplies, with Leonard's computer taking up the rest of the space. There were shelves full of DVDs crowding the walls. It was a small place, but it was clean, and the windows let in lots of light. Leonard took a day-old donut from a box on the counter. Amazing, that day-old donut managed to stick around in every single draft. This is a safe place. I don't need to carry a weapon. Better to have a gun and not to need it, than to need a gun and not to have it. Holly had finished melting a little butter into the toast and was piling on the meat and Swiss. Says the lady who doesn't even carry a handgun. Herself. He gave her a peck on the lips. She stuffed the sandwich into a brown paper bag and the rest of his packed lunch. I don't work at a truck stop, she protested. Leonard took a step, then stopped as he felt a tug on his arm. What's this now? Leonard turned and saw her staring at the bandage on his arm. He let out a sigh. Something's wrong with my tattoo this morning. Holly gave him a quizzical look. He shrugged. I have no idea what's happening, but it looks like shit right now. I'll figure it out later. He gave her a hug. She reciprocated. He left for work. All right. Let's visit the old checklist and see how we're doing. Hearing. Well, we got bird song, and we have the ting of the bullet hitting the ground. By the way, sound is separate from dialogue. We didn't get the mattress springs creaking as he got up. Let's add that. Sound effects. We must have our sound effects. I had this one story where I had a character who was visiting a modern world, and everything with humans was devices. And one of the things, she laughed her first time she encountered a mattress because it made noise, and she realizes, of course, it's a device. They even sleep on devices. She doesn't understand what's in the mattress, but there's the springs creaking when she pushes down on them. It's like, ah! Yeah, anyway, where was I? There we go. I wonder... We don't have the sound effect of the water coming out of the faucet. We could add that too. Yeah. Oh man, I was seriously considering running that story for this instead. It has such a good magic system. But well, I decided to go with the isekai instead. I mean, I suppose it was kind of a weird reverse isekai as well, but whatever. Anyway, I decided to go with this one. I like this one. I like all my story designs. I've got so many. I'll never get to make them all, and I know it. Okay, let me see. What is the onomatopoeia of water rushing out of a faucet and landing on a sink? I don't even know. I wonder if I need more caffeine. I sure am making a lot of typos. Wild bows. Don't know that one. I've read a lot of classic literature, but I haven't heard of wild bow. When I was on night shift, it was so easy. There's literally no one in the building while I work, and LibriVox gave me basically unlimited audiobooks in the public domain. Ah, great times. The knob on the faucet gave a rusty squeal and hot water poured from the fixture. There we go. Alright, we've got some touches of sound. Alright, sense of touch. Ooh, we're failing here. They kiss each other, they hug each other, but you never actually feel anything. You don't feel the towel rough on his face. You don't feel the razor. You don't feel anything yet. Oh, that's not good. Taste. We got coffee. We got the donut. Let's give the donut a little flavor. Where's that donut? Where the hell is the donut? It's gotta be right here. There it is. Right underneath me. Ah. Okay. No, I am not familiar with him. Alright. And you know it was stale. It's day old. There we go. He likes his morning donut, I guess. Alright, anyway. I'm not going to have him wander around the apartment licking everything, so we'll have to call this good enough on the taste department. We've got coffee and a donut. Alright. Taste will become more difficult as we're spending time as a manticore, I think. Smell! We smell the flowers, we smell the coffee, and then our nose stops working for the rest of this. What are you going to smell in the bathroom? Mildew? She is not the kind of person who would ever burn incense. He certainly isn't either. What strong smell could be present in their apartment? She's not... She's got the windows open so it wouldn't still smell of the paint drying. Or depending on how long it's been since she was painting, maybe there is still the smell of her drying paint. Yeah, okay. Identically painted rifle rounds. There we go. There we go. Yeah, alright. Maybe you could do more, but you can always do more. We're going to go ahead and cut this one. Now, sight's a weird one. Honestly, I think we see everything I think we see the place. I think we're good. I guess I didn't describe the wallpaper. I guess you should know what color the walls are. And you should have a pretty freaking clear image of this place. What nice detail-rich writing. Oh my gosh, in this draft we don't even get her chestnut hair, her long chestnut hair. She didn't brush it out of her face. Oh no. Does she even describe, do we even mention her overalls? We don't. We don't even know what she's wearing. Uh-oh. Hold up. Our descriptions of Holly are not as detailed as they should be. Let me see. In draft 2... Oops, that's scene 1. Okay. Okay. Where's the coffee? Be nice if I had a line of dialogue right in the middle of this. Alright, there we go. There we go. Better. Now we were trying to do the wallpaper. The earlier you can insert it in the scene, the better, but my gosh, where do you find place to mention the wallpaper? Oh, and we gotta mention somebody dying in their sleep. Crap, that too. Alright, wallpaper, wallpaper. I don't know. I'll leave that for me to worry about later. Alright, there we go. Yellow wallpaper. Mention of someone dying in their sleep. Both things that must be added. The sense of touch. Gonna add a lot with that. Alright. I think all of this I can give myself credit on. Did good, all of those. We want to mention that someone died in their sleep, and the yellow wallpaper, and add some more. The actual description of feeling. You know, when he hugs her soft, warm, bony, whatever we're going to describe it as. The towel. The hot water splashing on his face before he shaves, all that kind of stuff. Alright, moving on. We are 5 pages in. The first draft was only slightly, is only 5 and some change. And we're not even to his job yet. Alright then. It's entirely possible that doing the composite draft of episode 1 takes this entire stream, or takes this entire day, and that episode 2 will end up being tomorrow. I mean, yeah, that would end up pushing my whole schedule forward. Good grief. I don't know. I'm trying to finish this all before I have to go to work. I started Saturday. And I hope I'm not still working on this on Monday. We'll see. We'll see how far I get. So, now this paragraph shouldn't be too hard. Okay, here we go. So, draft 1, the entire scene is 1 paragraph. Draft 2, the entire scene is really freaking short. Draft 3, the entire scene is, oh hey look, I literally copied and pasted the paragraph from draft 1. I think I may have tinkered with this a little actually. So, there actually are some important details here. Now this one might not get the full sense treatment because this scene is just covering ground quickly as possible. Nobody really cares to spend 5 pages at his job. It's not important, but there are a few key details that must be present. So, hold on. Okay. Key details. What do we want to get out of this scene? Oh, well, thank you, Buster. But I've also been at it for 4 hours already. Let me see. And I'm only at maybe the halfway mark. So, key details. Oh, come on. Turn that strike through off. Is dutiful. Hard worker, even when no one else is. Okay. Works a crummy job. That is actually an important detail, even though it seems like it really shouldn't be. That's actually important to later chapters that we're not working on. The offshore market. Oh, yeah, in the museum? Oh, yeah. You're gonna, every time you open up Perfect Tower, you're gonna look at that. You can even get occasionally you'll even see the universal ones show up. Yeah, it's huge. So that'll be basically how you do all of your upgrades from now on. You won't ever use the regular gems again. Okay, he works a crummy job. Okay. I think that's it. It's a very, very short scene. I don't think there's any other critical detail in it at present. Oh, and he gets exhausted. Okay, because he starts seeing flashes of it while he's ostensibly awake. This goes all the way through to the transition here. Now in the first draft, I've 100% cut this scene here. Combined it in. So, yeah. Oh, the belt. Yeah, get that belt to 10. Get the belt and the crusher, and then get a worker to automatically feed the ores. Okay, let's see. So, first draft. The day passed as any other, counting the cigarettes as corporate demanded inventory of things at the start of every shift. Actually, no, we'll read the whole thing through. Minding the register, stocking the shelves, cursing Jackie for not showing up for work and leaving him to manage the place alone, cleaning the aisles, sweeping up trash around the place, and trying to somehow eat his lunch while waiting on customers. He was sure that was a violation of some sort of federal law, but he was the only one on shift, so what was he supposed to do? Tell them they can't pay for gas until he finished his hot dog? Ellie was late, 2 hours late for her shift. By the time Leonard was finally able to go home, he was struggling to keep from nodding off. When his eyes would close, he'd see the tanks with wings and paws pressed against the glass. He downed an energy drink with a single chug. It tasted awful, like medicine almost. It didn't help much, but at least his eyes stopped drooping after a minute. When he felt that he could drive without passing out, he went back to his apartment. Okay. So now we have the second draft. Yeah, that worker is a godsend, taking care of the oars for you. It was early morning, and already it was getting hot. The leather seats of Leonard's old Toyota were hot enough that he threw a towel over them rather than risking the bare skin of his arms touching them. When he arrived at his work, he found that they still hadn't replaced the broken window. Bare plywood still covered the broken plane. Hid the broken plane. 2 of the gas pumps were taped off again as well. It never ceased to amaze him how cheap the owners were. With so many truck drivers filling up at Pathfinders, how could they allow the place to look so run down? And that wasn't even taking into account the garbage that hadn't been picked up. Bill was on shift. The man was behind the counter watching something on his phone. Jackie never even showed up for her shift, so once Bill left, Leonard found himself having to take care of everything alone. He started by stocking the shelves, then he cleaned the sticky goop off the tables, checked the restrooms, and made sure the showers were functioning properly today. He dust mopped the aisles and swept up the trash outside as well. All the while waiting on customers whenever one approached, including one who insisted on demanding a refund for a product that they did not sell in the store. Despite his best efforts and continuous consumption of caffeine, that deep exhaustion creeped up on him. Ellie was late, and no one else could be found to fill her shift, so Leonard was forced to continue working well after his shift should have been over. Eventually, the assistant manager came in to relieve him. On his way to the car, he chugged an energy drink and sat and waited for it to kick in. He needed it to kick in so he could drive. His eyes drooped, and he began seeing flashes of the tanks, the manticores, the guy in the gas mask adding something to the fluid. Leonard forced himself back awake. He needed to be awake, so... Okay, this is a pretty good basis. But we're going to have a slightly more dramatic... Hold on. Okay, there we go. Just to be sure. Hold on a second. Here we go. Alright, well. Okay. So this one is largely the same as the first draft, but Jackie not showing up. No show and not so much as a phone call. She'd been flaking out lately, complaining of bad sleep. If that was a reason to skip work, Leonard wouldn't have shown up once this month. Grumbling, he cleaned the aisles. Largely the same, except the hot dogs now are the sandwich his wife made. Ellie didn't show up for work either, though at least she had the courtesy to call in sick. So, all mostly the same, chugs a energy drink, climbs into his old Toyota. He was startled by the sound of breaking glass, but after looking around concluded it must have been his imagination. He turned the key and reached for... The steering wheel rose up and hit him in the face. And then we enter the next scene, and he's freaking out because he started the car, and now he's in the dream. Which I think adds to it. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna grab this clump, and we're gonna put this clump here, and we're gonna start working it. Okay, so this is all right. This is all right. Cease to amaze him with so many truck fighters filling up it. I want corporate to make him count the cigarettes. I want him to have to do that. So okay. Now, okay, there we go. He's not perfect. He's not a saint. He's grumbling and complaining as he works. So we want to include details like that. Okay, now we're adding a little to this. Curse Jackie for never showing up for her shift. Leaving him to manage the place alone. That's a complete sentence. No show and no phone call. She'd been flaking out lately, complaining of bad sleep. was a reason to skip work. Leonard wouldn't have shown up once this month. Okay, now... Whoa, no. Grumbling, he began stocking the shelves. Okay, then everything kind of goes as normal. Okay, and I want this included as well. Sort was a violation of some sort of federal law. I believe the wording goes you have to be given 30 minutes of uninterrupted I know they use the word uninterrupted for lunch break. There was a guy who abused the hell out of that once. Because every single time he would get asked to do anything during his lunch break, he'd get up, he'd do it, and then he'd start his 30-minute lunch break over again. Yeah. I don't think that went over very well. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna use the restroom and grab a new thing. Oh boy. All right. Caffeine. Okay, now where was I? Okay. During his lunch. What was he supposed to do? Tell them that they couldn't pay for gas until he finished his sandwich? Moving sentence. All right. Clunk. All right. Chugged an energy drink, startled by the sound of breaking glass, must have been imagined. Key reached for. Steering wheel rose up and hit him in the face. Okay! Scene 2 here. Alright. As I said, I don't think these are going to be especially relevant. This is a very short scene. Still, we've got touch, kinda, with the hot seat. He doesn't actually touch it, but I mean, anybody who's ever sat on hot leather seats in a car will immediately know what that feels like. Got a little bit in the sound effect. You know, we got a little bit of this and that, but honestly, I don't know. Maybe in the editing, I'll go through and I'll add some more, make this more detail rich. But for now, let's just focus on key details. He's working hard even though no one else is. Nobody else gives a shit about this job, apparently. Because it's going to be a crappy, low-paying job. I think we established what a crummy job he's got. Definitely covered that. Could touch this up a little more. Oh man, I hate the water experiment. Yeah, I despise that one. It's the worst one. It was the last one that I got the things for. Well, okay, I haven't done the gem one yet. The gem one is disappointing. It should have been Bejeweled. I don't even like Bejeweled, but I immediately went, of course! And that's just something stupid instead. No, just code a basic match 3 game. Someone contact the author and tell him it's not hard. A match 3 game is not complicated to make. Anyway, let's see. Because we've got it here. You know what? I'm just gonna say it's in there. It's good enough. So that means we can move into the final phase. Page 7. Alright, so there's only 2 scenes left, depending on how you want to cut it. Because this one doesn't exist. This one's cut out. It was only in the first draft. Okay, here we go. Which means we don't get to see him playing Civilization anymore. Aww. Streaming the finale. You have to say what it's the finale of, Buster. Ah. Alright, let me see. Any of the creatures were moving in their tanks. So, basically, how do we want to divide this? Do we divide it up until he falls to the lower floor? Do we divide it? Is it a scene up until he until he gets out of the tank? I mean, it's all one scene, one continuous scene. But I think we're gonna say it's a scene up until he falls to the ground below. And then the second scene is from there till he gets outside, and then the third scene is once he's outside. I think we're looking at 3 scenes. I think that's how we're going to break this one up. Yeah. There you go. You can shamelessly shill all you like, but make sure you do it properly so that people know. Now, if people are interested in BioShock, they know, oh, a BioShock Let's Play. Oh, man. I have a couple of YouTubers I know if I super chat something, I could get advertising that way for something, but I haven't ever done it yet. I don't know. I have trouble shilling my own stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely at some point in the future I'll capitalize on it. But yeah, I know a couple of guys, they get super chats and they advertise stuff and they have pretty big followings. Anyone can just do it and they'll read it and just be like, hey, that sounds like a cool comic or story or whatever. Alright, anyway. Where was I? Well. If you want to feel better about it, find the early... Pick somebody who's a really good streamer, and then, if they didn't take their early streams down, find their early work. Yeah. Almost always, it's like, oh, really? That's it? My earliest streams aren't available. Unfortunately, because I was doing beta testing for games, and I started recording and talking during the beta testing, and the developers were able to see exactly the kind of bugs I had and problems. But that's kind of what got me into Let's Playing. Unfortunately, it was a closed beta. So all of the videos were, you know, kind of locked so that only developers and other beta testers could see them. And I did a fair amount of that. So my earliest works aren't visible, but I mean, you can still look at some of the ones. I guess, I don't know. Anyway, you can still look at some of my older stuff, but you'd be better off finding someone who really had their first works visible, because nobody starts out great. That said, streaming is a hobby, not a business. Don't get into live streaming because you want to make money. Just don't go. Yes, there are people, a lot of people, who make a living off of live streaming. But if profit is your motive, there are better ways to make money. And if profit is the only reason you're streaming, not the love of streaming, you'll not be happy and you'll probably burn out. So, yeah. Only stream because you want to. That's my advice. Alright, anyway, where was I? Right. So, up to Okay. Alright. Up to here. So what we're calling scene 1. Again, the first draft is going to be the most compact. Let's see what we had, and then we'll move on to the next 2 drafts. Let me go ahead and grab this. This will be important again. So, dominant emotion is probably just going to be fear, straight up. Straight up. That's right. Set up your OnlyFans account, obviously. Yeah, I haven't used Streamlabs yet. Yeah. Set up a 3D model, get yourself a voice changer. Alright, where was I? Cry yourself to sleep at night from your shame, and wipe away the tears with $100 bills. The life of the VTuber. Alright, let's see. We joke, but I'm sure they have a hard time too. Work is work, you know? Okay, this one goes to... Okay. Actually, it's approximately the same length. A little surprising. This is probably the draft we're going to use as the basis here. Look at how much longer it is. How much more we've got going. No, wait, hold on. My mistake. Okay. Actually, they're all approximately the same length. A little bit more with each, but that's because this one has an added element to it. In fact, I'm so confident I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to copy it now. I'm just going to grab the whole wad and... Hold on. Control-Shift-V. Alright, so we're pretty sure this is going to be it. Okay. Good. Now. Alright. So, first draft. Looking for things we can peel away and use. Oh, wait 1 sec. I forgot something. I forgotted a thing. Okay, 1 sec. Okay. Okay. More caffeine. More caffeine pouring through my veins. Okay, perfect. So, many of the creatures were moving in their tanks. Leonard turned his head. There were people fighting. Huge men with massive frames and unnaturally large eyes, wielding spears, were smashing the tanks. A couple chased down one of the men who were always taking notes and ran him through. Something had changed. Something had been added to the fluid. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to snag this description. I'm probably going to take all the descriptions I have of these guys and put them all together and look at them side by side. He struggled to swim over to the glass. He would shatter it and get out. His body moved weirdly and he found swimming erratic. The panic was doing him no favors. Panic was doing him no favors. Let's keep that one on hand, too. The tanks began to open at their base, emptying their fluids onto the floor. He never looked at the floor, or really looked at this place before. The floor was catwalks, with hoses going under them. They're on a second floor. Below were more rows of broken glass and bodies. I know this is the only time we mention the hoses. They're in my head, but I know that I'm not mentioning them. So let's correct that. Bodies of strangely proportioned men. Leonard's own tank was draining, but more slowly than the others. The fluid was thick and heavy and oozed to the small opening of the veins. It hadn't opened as fully as the others. You know, I've heard artists say that you're supposed to draw the same character 3 or 4 times to refine their design each time and simplify it and make it better. He dived down and pawed at the opening. Paws? He had paws? Oh yeah, in this draft he didn't know he was a cat yet. All around him, winged cats crawled out of the tanks and coughed up fluid, stumbling to their feet. The spearmen ruthlessly struck them down, one after another. One of the cats hissed when pulled out from her tank, her claws seeming to expand as she lashed out at her assailant's arms. The man simply slammed the small cat against the glass of her tank twice and tossed her limp form below. Brutal. Simple. He struck the glass as best he could, but he had no weight to put behind it. Another kitten tried to hide inside her tank, and she was dragged out. And as she was dragged out, a shockingly human voice cried for mercy. The brute grinned, took a firm grip with both hands and pulled her apart, tossing 2 bloody hunks away. Most of the remaining kittens chose to leap down to the floor below, some flapping their sodden wings uselessly on the way down. Let's put that one over here as well. Their sodden wings aren't mentioned again. Yeah, making them sound more human. In the case of the one begging, it's clear because you can hear a shockingly human voice. So that one you can tell it's a woman's voice. For this one, there's really no way that he could have told. He would have been able to tell. But anyway. Yeah, we'll, yeah. So, Leonard was still in his tank. An inch of the ooze, still draining. Boy, What the hell happened in that sentence? The brute, his hand still dripping with blood from his last victim, grinned at Leonard through the glass. The man didn't look like an athlete or bodybuilder. He looked like someone had just taken lumps of muscle and shoved them under his skin. His body was covered with small scars and odd patches of gray-white fur. The skin on his face was too tight. It made his grin seem sculpted rather than a genuine expression. Let's put that over here as well. We're going to have a huge palette to work with in this scene. He drew back his arm and punched, shattering the glass and fumbling for Leonard with his two thick fingers. Leonard didn't try to scratch or bite. He knew instinctively that this creature would not feel it. There was a heat inside him. Now, this is a detail that wasn't in the last draft. There was a heat inside him, and as he prepared to spring forward, he felt it flow into his legs. They expanded in an instant, and he lunged towards the brute, desperately scampered up his arm and over his shoulder. Another of the men struck at him with a spear. It was a narrow miss. Leonard leapt from the catwalk awkwardly and tumbled through the air to the floor below. Somehow he landed on his feet amid the broken glass of a shattered tank. Okay, so I want to put this detail over to the side as well. So I did actually this is kind of an important detail. This was when I came back and wrote the ending of this here. Where is it? Here it is. He felt something, a warmth in his lower chest. It flowed into his head and into his eyes. It burned. He wanted to scream but held it in, not wanting to give away his position. He stopped and shut his eyes tight. He pressed his face to the ice he'd been running on. It provided a little relief. Then it passed. Cautiously, he opened his eyes, and that's when he starts having infravision. So, that's actually in the latest draft right there. But yeah, it would be very good to include a bit of that early on. No, he has no idea what the hell's going on. Using magic when you don't know how it works is not the smartest thing, but you know what? It'll work out for him. Sort of. Okay, so here we are, draft 2. Alright, let's see what we can steal from this one. He was in the tank. He blinked. There was a sound. Shouts, a scream of pain, glass shattering. Leonard turned his head. The manticores the other tanks were stirring, some even moving frantically. Alright, I think I might possibly want that sentence. He tried to swim. His body moved weirdly and he couldn't get anywhere. The fluid was not being drained away. It was simply being spilled on the floor. As the fluid oozed out of Leonard's tank, large bubbles of air slowly rose to the top. I think that's included in our current draft, but let's keep that too. Okay, one of them was in a mask. He fell gurgling to the floor, impaled by 2 spears through the chest. They were huge, larger than the men who always took notes. They wore no shirts, and their bodies were lumpy with muscles, as if someone had lifted their skin and packed spoonfuls of muscle here and there at random. One man had unnaturally large eyes that seemed to bulge out of his sockets. The other had normal human eyes, and was covered in grayish silver fur. And we get a description, the only description we've got, of the Titan spears. Iron pipes with a knife welded on the end. But they didn't look clumsy, not the way the men were holding them, not the way they were striking tiny manticores with every thrust. Leonard desperately strove to swim to the bottom where the gap was. It was too narrow for him to squeeze through. He fought and fought, but his tiny paws could do nothing to the heavy glass. A human voice grabbed his attention, a woman's voice with a southern accent. He saw one of the manticores had tried crawling back into the tank to hide and been seized by the tail and dragged out. The man took a grip, one hand on her head, the other on her rear. She stopped pleading and dug her claws into his arm. They seemed to grow in size. So this one was kind of a combination of the two from the previous one draft. So she gets pulled apart, fails to draw any blood from his too thick skin, tosses the still quivering hunks aside and turns his grin on Leonard. Okay. He walked the still draining tank, punches through the glass, heedless of the shards cutting into his arm, and groped around in the goo. In his panic, Leonard found something, a strength flowing from somewhere in his chest to his legs. Claws extended, he seized the man's wrist and climbed up onto his arm, then sprang off his shoulder. A spear thrust whizzed past his ear. We're going to grab this entire bit here. Okay. Wow, I have 2 pages of stuff. Alright, let's begin Frankensteining this all together. Key details. Okay. Let's make sure that's in. 1. Okay. 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 I think those are the critical details. And he gets out and he falls to the floor below. Yeah, I mean, of course. But I think breaking it into pieces this small, I think these are the 3 critical ingredients. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay. Now, looking over my palette for a second. More breaking glass. It came from somewhere below him. There was a scream. The sounds were distorted, as if he was underwater. As if he were underwater. No. This was a dream. He was suspended in fluid. He opened his mouth to speak, but his lungs were full of the stuff. It does not like it does not like that. Too bad, Google Docs, you're not the one writing this story. Overruled. Didn't I just shift in reverse? Shit, I need to wake up. This should be italicized. Did we lose all of our italicization? I think it did. I think it ate the italicization. Weird. Leonard struggled. He'd never been able to move in the green before. Yep, I'm gonna have to do this manually. Okay. All the manticores were stirring. Some were beating the glass with their paws. Others were looking around in confusion. Most were just flailing wildly. Okay, hold on. We had... most. Man didn't. Okay. Alright. Alright. There's another thought. One of the men with the gas masks leapt from one jar to the next, cranking something on each of them. As he did so, the tanks rose, the fluid spilling from the base and oozing down to the floor below. I need to hit the brake. Leonard tried to move his leg, to slam on a brake that he couldn't see or feel. He couldn't tell if it did anything. He tried using his arm to engage the parking brake. He couldn't see or feel that either. The masked man was up to Leonard's jar. It started to rise, but before it was more than a half-inch up, the man screamed and drops of blood splattered across the outside of the jar. A spear tip had appeared from his right shoulder. Sprouted. The man dropped, taking the spear down with him, clutching. He clutched at a spear tip. There we go. He dropped, taking the spear down with him, and continued screaming as he fell to the floor below. In shock, Leonard really looked at the scene playing out before him. The ground below was littered with the fluid from the jars, with broken glass, and with bodies. The bodies of masked men and of manticores. And there were the monster men. Okay. Now we have a few different descriptions of them. Multiple descriptions to pick from. Well, let's hear the monster men. Towering over the ones wearing masks, these men's bodies looked like something out of a horror movie. Heavy cords of muscles twisted around their bodies and up their arms to their meaty hands. Muscles that slithered like huge snakes under their skin whenever they moved. The one closest to Leonard was staring down at his work, the man he just killed, and grinning wickedly. All right. So... heavy cords of muscles twisting around, muscles that slithered like huge snakes under the skin whenever they moved. Or... where is it? their bodies lumpy with muscles, as if someone had lifted their skin and packed spoonfuls of muscle here and there at random. I think we'll save that description for one of them. These guys are kind of have sloppy work done to their bodies. But man, this description is too good. Cords of muscle that slithered like huge snakes under their skin whenever they moved. I'm gonna wipe this out. Then there were the monster men. Heavy cords of muscles twisted around their bodies and up their arms to their meaty hands. I don't need that. Twisted up their arms, muscles that slithered like huge snakes under their skin whenever they moved. Okay. Didn't wear shorts or pants, just some pouches tied around their waist. Naturally, Okay. We'll have the two guarding the door at the end. We'll have the lumpy muscles. They'll have received an even worse treatment. Okay. They had massive frames with heavy cords of muscle twisted around their bodies and up their arms. Muscles that slithered like huge snakes under the skin when they moved. They didn't wear shirts or pants, just some pouches tied around their waist. Okay. I can wipe this out. I'm not going to use it. I can wipe this out. I'm not going to use it. The one closest to Leonard was staring down at his work. Let's see. Actually, I want the skin is too tight. Where's that one? Where's this too tight skin on his face? There it is. go. Find him a couple more. We're efficiently picking off Manticore, who, having just escaped their jars, were puking up fluid. Monster Man nearest. Leonard caught a Manticore trying to hide in its jar by the tail and dragged it out. She screamed in a shockingly human voice. Okay. This is where we want a detail. Hissed. Claws seemed to expand as she lashed out. Probably just gonna lose that one. Oh, right, I should also give him his eyes. Okay. I'd given her a southern accent, but I guess not anymore. Unless she can scream in a southern accent. Okay. This chunk here. Of course. There. Believe it or not, this was one of the very first scenes I envisioned when I wrote when I was coming up with the ideas for this. Go. A huge bubble of air came up under Leonard. The fluid was draining, but it oozed slowly. Oh yeah, we drew attention to the fact that it was cold before. I should mention that it's been warmed, but you know what? I don't think he's in any state of mind to realize that the fluid is not cold. So he just won't notice. Oh well, some details just don't make it into a story because your characters don't see them. Or realize the importance of them to comment. Okay. He tossed the still quivering hunks of flesh aside. Oops. A huge bubble of air came up under Leonard. The fluid was draining, but it oozed slowly. Monster Man stepped in front of Leonard's jar and placed a bloody hand against the glass. Fear chased away shock, and Leonard's mind started moving again. This is a dream. This is a dream. A dream! The danger isn't real. It's... The man punched through the glass and grasped for Leonard. Leonard thrashed away from the hand. Glass had bitten to the man's arm, but it had barely even drawn blood. Hold on. But he was barely even bleeding. The thick fingers fumbled around in the goo, trying to catch a limb or a tail. Alright. We need to add a detail here, and we have two versions of it to pick from. Okay. A. Or... Ooh, detail. Needed to go earlier. Hold on. That would go up here. No, actually, it's already there. It's fine. It's worded differently, but it's there. No need, no worries. Okay, then... Okay. Well, I guess this was the other version. For some reason I thought it was a little bit more. Alright. Heat. Down into his legs. He won't actually notice what it does. He'll just feel it. With a rush, Leonard caught the man's wrist. Claws fully extended. He scrambled up. Scrambled or scampered? I'm gonna make scampered. Scampered up the man's arm and leapt off his shoulder. There was a flash of light, and then a spear came out of nowhere. And then a spear thrust out of nowhere came so close to piercing his head that he felt it notch his ear. He struck the floor and slipped, carried by the goo over the edge. He was slowly lowered several feet. Then the drop he was in broke free and he fell. I could probably word this better. Okay, meanwhile, we have chunks over here. His panic did him no favors, cutting that one. I don't need this one. The kittens chose to... Oh! Now this one we gotta keep. This one we gotta keep. Okay. Okay. All right. So, what else? We basically off that line already. They were huge, larger than the man. Let's see, no shirts, body lumpy with muscles. Yeah. Desperately strove to sort of the bottom where the gap was. It was too narrow to squeeze through. But his tiny paws could do nothing to the heavy glass. This is a good desperation moment. Let's slip this in too. I don't know if I can fit it in. Put it here. There. Yeah. I keep reaching up to click a save icon that's not here because it's Google Docs. Okay, all right. Okay, there we go. Alright. We've only got 2 scenes left. We have one alternate here that we still can consider. Let's look at this. The last chunk. Oh, doggone it. Page break? Really? Okay. Let's see. He struck the floor badly and slipped, carried by goo over the edge. He wasn't on solid ground and found himself dragged down with the goo as it slid off the catwalk and dripped slowly to the floor below. I think this one. Yeah, I think that one. Okay. Oh, man. It's not that he's not on... Well, I mean, he kind of is, because he's standing in this goo that's sliding, so it's not solid ground. I mean, there's... Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Alright. Alright. Check. Okay, hearing. We could use a lot more sound effects. We've got breaking glass. We've got screams. But we could definitely use more sound. I'm going to not credit that one. Touch! Well, he spent this whole time in goo again, so this one's probably not going to apply. Not to this scene. Same with taste. He has not gotten the goo out of his nose yet, so he couldn't smell. Sight. Oh, the sights that we have seen. Alright. So on the editing, we're going to be... Oh, wait. This is scene 4. This one's scene 3. There's scene 2 and scene 1. Okay. Scene 5. Alright. Oh dear. Alright, so this one is him recovering on the ground, following the pack, running down the hallway, getting past the cage trap, and then getting past the 2 guards at the door. He has some agency finally. He's finally able to move. I think fear is still our dominant emotion. Fear, bewilderment, that kind of thing. Oh, key details. I think most people would count this as part in the preceding scene and the final scene all as one, but I'm breaking them into small pieces here. Small digestible pieces. 4 down, 2 to go. Let's see. Okay, there's still a large number of living manticores. Okay. The glass in the paw was actually one of the... was just about the first thing. Along with the manticore being torn in half. And then him having his hand bandaged when he wakes up. That was like in the original concept. That piece of glass in the paw. Which will cause him to fall behind in scene 6. Okay. Oh yeah, and his tail gets smashed. Okay. Yeah, I think those are all the key things that have to happen in this scene. Other than that, this is mostly just an action scene. So, without further ado, let's get on with it. Okay. So, I'm 99% positive I'll go with either the second or third draft on this chunk. Honestly, I think I maybe have broken the scenes up too small. I think 4 and 5 really are one scene, but we can, the escape from the lab. I think 4 and 5 really are the same scene. Well, whatever. So this ends here. Okay. But it might be... It's a pretty short scene. The second draft of it seems to be the longest. I'm not sure which we'll go with yet. Okay. Starting with the first draft, the most simple one. Alright. He opened his eyes to find the sightless eyes of another kitten staring into his. There were shouts and a yowl of agony close by. Leonard sprinted. It was an awkward gait he wasn't at all used to, but desperation lent him speed and let him ignore blows to the face as he crashed into things. Now in this draft I included something that had been an idea I had... Well, anyway. This is a thing that is present during the invasion, but it's not really at all necessary to either of the stories we're telling, so I decided to just cut it from later drafts. Something crawled out of the doorway. It was like a mess of dirty cloth and moved with the sound of fabric tearing. Yeah, this thing... Unfortunately, we've got a lot going on and a lot that the reader has to digest already, so I'm just going to leave this completely out. He caught sight of another winged cat and followed it, ran straight down the hall. There were more cats there, 2 of the dressed as playwats. He sped past them as the majority of the peers had done. Around the corner, he could feel fresh, cold air. An open door leading into the night. Oh, wow, we had 4 guards in the first draft. Ooh, rough. Several mangled bodies. Okay, 24 in this draft. Opened his mouth to make attempt, but hacked and coughed out more fluid. Okay. Alright, boop. Definitely gonna pull that over and look at that in comparison to the others. Boot steps from behind. It's now or never. He managed to sort of yowl. Everyone seemed to understand. Run through. Stomps on his tail. He gets out. Okay. I've grabbed a little bit from that one. Alright, second draft. Is this the one we're going to go with? Let's see. Leonard's head broke the surface and he coughed, and spat until he'd heaved out all the fluid in his lungs. When he opened his eyes, he found himself staring into the dead, all too human eyes of a manticore that had been run through by a spear. He pulled away, and climbing out of the glue onto a broken tank, he tried to get his bearings. There were manticore everywhere, hundreds of them, mostly dead or dying, though still a great number on their feet and looking for escape. Leonard simply followed the majority and began scrambling towards the doorway at the far end of the room. The other manticore had a variety of fur color and patterns, some with larger, more powerful legs, others with more developed wings or stingers. None were at all coordinated, and were constantly running face first into objects. Leonard himself clipped 2 walls and was pushed off course by another feline and ran full force into the side of a door. He finally found his stride in the hallway. The wooden paneling had deep scores in it and what looked like scorch marks from lightning along one wall. There were countless doors on the right side, all of which had been kicked in, frequently with bodies inside. Rounding a corner, Leonard was almost caught in a net. Several of the masked men were catching manticores and throwing them into a large brass cage. He wanted to help, but he remembered how effective the one who tried to fight back had been. One of the caught manticore bit and clawed at the hands of the man who forced it into the cage. The man probably couldn't even feel it through those leather gloves. Leonard hissed and ran on with the others. Before he reached the next corner, he could feel the cold outside air on his wet fur. When he finally rounded the corner, he saw a pair of doors torn off their hinges and left where they fell. There were dozens of manticore waiting, tense, just out of easy spear reach of the monstrous spearmen he'd seen earlier. This'll be where we have a lumpy one. They both had enlarged eyes and lumpy muscles, though only one of the 2 was a giant. There were several dead manticores at their feet. Takes a breath, looks at himself, found a piece of glass stuck in the paw. It was bleeding. Once he noticed it, the pain hit him. Instinctively tries to pluck it out, but he has no hands. His paw doesn't help any. He tries his teeth, finally working the thing free, and then he hears running behind them. In this draft, we don't see what's behind him. Others were turning for the sound, but Leonard didn't wait to find out who it was. With a yowl, he sped towards the 2 guards, aiming to rush past their legs. Others follow. Pretty much plays out the same. I'm pretty sure this is the right one to go with. We're going to be editing it a bit, but I'm pretty sure this is the base. All of these things are present in this. All of them. All the important details. Alright, draft 3, however, runs a little bit differently. He opened his eyes to the dead eyes of a manticore. he gasped. Okay. So in this one, he sees the dead body. He tries to gasp and instead coughs everything up. Whereas in this one, he coughs everything up, then sees the eyes. I think this is better. Hey, we even have a smell. Look at this. I like this. Okay. Okay, this will need a little bit of patching to make this work, but he instinctively gasped. Instinctively. Instead, he began a fit of coughing. And began heaving up lungfuls. A lungful of ooze, which turned to vomit, vomiting more of the stuff from his stomach. He took in his first breath of air. It stank of blood and offal. He tried to walk, but was unfamiliar with his body and stumbled. Another manticore dropped from above, flapping its wings uselessly, followed by two more. A spear flew down from above and impaled one of them. Leonard leapt forward and began running, fear driving him back on his feet each time he stumbled or slammed into an object. Okay. Leonard simply followed the majority. Began scrambling towards a doorway at the far end of the room. Alright, looking good. Okay, there's the scorch marks and stuff. Finds his stride in the hallway. Okay, that takes us to the net. Rounding a corner, he was nearly caught in a net. Several of the men wearing masks, capturing, fleeing, stuffing them. One was struggling, biting for all he was worth at the gloved hand, carrying him. The man felt it. He gave no sign. That's a little bit better than this. They fought together. They couldn't do anything. With the half-dozen others. Not sure, it could smell musty because it's so cold and icy. A problem for another draft. Like the door torn off the hinges. Actually, okay, alright, hold on. We have some details to consider here. Hold on. Pair of doors. Outside, there's nothing but blackness. Okay. Okay. I think our description of his starting to run is already good enough that it doesn't need this. Okay, that brings us to oh, where'd it go? Spoonfuls of muscle here and there at random. don't think I need to describe their eyes. I think it's fine. Okay. Alright, last chunk here. Now let's see over here. If anything, these two were even uglier than the ones he'd seen before. Okay. Ooh. There we go. All right. Okay, one had eyes that were strangely sunken in. I'm just going to leave the eyes out. So did manticores. The rest had stopped just out of easy spear reach. Tense. Theme. Tension. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, that can be minimized. Okay. Okay. He was in the back. He was breathing heavily, but he didn't dare to sit down. Oh, well. He's sitting now. Too bad. I think. Oh, whoops, shit. Hadn't hurt until he noticed it, but now the pain poured in. I think that's a superior sentence. Same idea, better wording. Like his ears pricking. All right. Final scene. Oops. Oh man, guys. One scene left. Oh, I should go over here. Taste, touch, smell, sight. Later drafts. Alright, let's go. So, well, I guess actually there's technically two scenes, but you can see how tiny they are. Yeah, I guess it's two distinct scenes, but they're both tiny. Alright, let's see. First peek at the outside world. Not certain. Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh. Again. There. Key details. Alright, there you go. Sleep does sound good. Alright. It was freezing outside. Everything was dark. There weren't any stars. But he could see everyone clearly. They were bright red and yellow. Am I seeing an infrared? Leonard ran. He ran and ran on the icy stone, leaving the facility and all the blood and madness behind. I did find a sentence I liked. Well, that's nice. But he also fell behind. He could see the others getting further and further ahead, but he didn't dare lose a breath, crying out and attract unwanted attention. They were humans, or something like humans, but that's not what he feared. In his vision, he saw that he wasn't alone out here. There were creatures in the dark. Some were very large, and most were shapes he didn't recognize. Right into a forest, stalagmites, towering towards the sky, or was there even a sky? Very dramatic, wondering how he's lost his sense of time. all sense of time. And there's pretty much nothing there that isn't in the other drafts. Okay, so second draft. Oh, look at how much... No, wait. Actually, this one's pretty small as well. A little bit more meaty, though. The air outside was freezing. There was no light, no moon, no stars, nothing. Just icy stone under his paws. That's good. That's very good, actually. Okay, once again, his eyes just kind of inexplicably are infrared there. Looking back. Yeah. I realized he was seeing heat. Didn't look like on the TV, but that's definitely what it was. Not quadrupeds moving. He couldn't tell the difference. That's actually important. He's not good at judging distance in his new type of vision. Well, that's supposed to seem as well because their path steered clear of those. Okay. Pain shooting up with every step from his paw. Want to call out. Still slow down. Lost all sense of time. He was alone and he couldn't go any further. Collapsed the base of one of the trees. He's panting. Cold stone was clawing at his core. Yes. Laying on the cold stone and feeling just how freaking cold it is. Probably need that. Found warmth and done. Okay. Oh, we're back to the no moon, no stars. Okay, we're gonna go with draft 3 this time. I don't think we used the first draft even once, but we've been alternating between drafts 2 and 3, it feels. Alright. We have a few details to add. Oh, man. I know all these are included in this draft. Just icy stone beneath his paws. And endless blackness. Oh, we already have that word. Darkness. And endless darkness. There you go. Okay, very good. Alright. Leaving the facility and all that blood. And all that blood and madness behind. Okay, alright. Okay, let's see. So he has this thing with his eyes. Blurry female feline shapes. Shades of red and occasional spots of orange. Everything else was dark purple or black. He blinked and shook his head, then looked back. He could see the facility he'd escaped, several humans made of orange and yellow, and what appeared red mist streaming from the doorway. Am I seeing an infrared? He said it softly. Changing to thought. No, actually, we'll keep this. It's the first time he speaks in manticore form. Sure, why not? He said it softly. Turned back. His manticore was looking at him. He started running again, and so did they. Didn't look like what he'd seen of infrared in the movies. Everything was darker, and it was so indistinct. Yet, even though you could see every breath as a puff of red light, this is strange. Yet, he thought he could see every breath as a puff of red light. Just barely. He could sort of see the ground as a dark purple. He guessed that meant it was warmer than the air, though it certainly didn't feel that way. He started to notice other things out in the dark. Shapes he couldn't identify. It was near impossible to judge. What distance they were. And of course, as a group, avoided going near wherever they were. Something huge pounced out of nowhere and fell upon a manticore who'd strayed a bit to the side of the group. His cry was cut off instantly, and he vanished into the thing's mouth. Okay. They ran on, making as little noise as possible. Leonard's paw shot pain up his leg every time it touched the ground, and he fell further and further behind the rest of the pack. Eventually, he lost sight of them completely. He had slowed to a walk, and could barely even maintain that. He had entered some sort of forest, the trees almost the same color as the ground to his eyes. He hadn't seen another living creature for some time, but the thought of something popping out from behind a tree and pouncing on him made him skittish. Then he saw something, a steady red mist rising from somewhere nearby. He approached cautiously. warmer. He approached cautiously. Coming close to one of the trees for the first time, he realized he had been mistaken. These were not trees. They were stalagmites. Stalagmites that towered into the sky. Assuming there even was a sky. Was. Huh. He pawed at one. Felt like they were coated in ice, too. Alright. You found the warm spot. When he reached the warm spot, he found it to be a circular depression with cracks in the bottom. The heat was coming from those cracks. You know, I had one more detail I wanted to add. Eventually, he saw something. All right. Okay, now a really, really short scene for the end. My gosh, I've been at this a long time. I'm pretty sure every necessary detail is here, but let's slap this down. Alright. Key details. In hospital. Cut hand. Dead. People had died. I think those are the critical details. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this. Okay. Leonard awoke to find himself in a bed. The TV was on. He didn't own a television. He opened his eyes. Didn't feel like his bed. You're awake. A grip on his hand he hadn't noticed squeezed tighter. I like the way this sentence is written. I know something similar is still around. Hilly, I'm here. Her face came into focus. I kind of like that wake up as well. We might crib that. What happened? Leonard touched his cheek. It was tender for some reason. Found you on the floor. Well, in this draft. Doctors don't know why you didn't wake up. I kind of like this detail as well. I don't know. Let's see. Bandages, cut hand, bruises on face. Was found dead in her bed, torn in half. No suspects have been found yet. Okay, so that was the first draft. Second draft has no dialogue, makes this even briefer, but we might find something. Ah, what was that? You were trying to cross the DMZ zone? Alright, let's see. That was TV, didn't have a hospital bed, curtains, divider. Between you and the next fan, there's a squeeze. Moved his hand to reassure her and found it was bandaged. A little different, but I also kind of like that because it shows his affection for her immediately as well. Newsreader said something. There's a picture. He was afraid. Okay, and then the version that we're merging into. Oh my gosh, we're so close here. Remember to lock your doors and windows. That sounded like a television. Leonard didn't own a television, as that could be the only thing keeping you from becoming another statistic. Alright, we're going to change this to victim. Keeping you from becoming another victim. Yes, there you go. Demilitarized zone. Why not? The redundant party of redundant party of redundancy named it. Alright, let's see. I think keeping you from becoming another victim. Leonard shifted in the unfamiliar bed and let out a groan. A hand he hadn't realized was holding him gave a squeeze. Holding his. His gave a squeeze. A grip on his hand he hadn't noticed squeezed tighter. I actually like that sentence better. I do. Found Holly's beautiful brown eyes staring back. They teared up. The news broadcast droned on. What happened? He asked. Curtains around a bed? That sterile smell. Was he in a hospital? You were in the car. You were in a ditch. They brought you here. I like this exchange. There we go. like that line too. Let's see. I was in the car? He found his mind was fuzzy. Do you remember anything? She was holding his good hand in both of hers. He shook his head. I was at work. He tried to think through the fog. Had they given him something? And I went to the car. This just in. Another casualty has been reported. 21-year-old Sarah Renflo was found in her bed. The newsreader faltered. Leonard looked up at the screen. There was text scrolling by on the bottom of the screen. 24 victims murdered in their sleep. Found. Murdered in their sleep. Police quoted as say... The newsreader took a breath and seemed to steady himself. She was reportedly torn in half. And that's where we leave. And if the audience... the audience can probably... I generally am confident my audience can put 2 and 2 together. And if not everyone does, well, that's life. There's a rule in writing. If you think you're being obvious, you're not. If you think you're being subtle, you're not. I don't know how many writers that applies to, but I think that this is something that people should remember. I mean, we draw a lot of attention to that one manticore being torn in half, but also the idea of 24 people found murdered in their sleep so far. I think pretty clearly people should pick up on the fact that this is related to the dream and all the dead manticores, and I might want to stress right paw and then right hand. I'm gonna go ahead and leave a note to myself at the top for a future draft. Chekhov's gun should go off unless it doesn't. Oh, we've said a few of those around here and there. Chekhov's armory is in play. So 13 pages. I can, subtract a page for these. Considering the first draft of this chapter was a little over 5 pages. Yeah, I think we've expanded things a little bit. So, 3 hours from now, I'm supposed to start in on Chapter 2. Ugh. And give it the same treatment. Ugh. Maybe I should just sleep. I could put it off and do something fun tonight, like, I don't know, Pokemon Snap, or just something fun instead. Oh, take a break. And then do this tomorrow, but it would end up pushing my whole schedule down, and if I do everything right, I should be able to hang out with friends on Sunday. But if I delay, I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's, Alfred Hitchcock. There was a description I heard of his style of movie making, and it was, put a bomb under the table. One time, he had the bomb go off, and it was messy and bad. So in the future things, the bomb does not go off. It just sits there ticking, and they have a casual conversation at the meal table. All the while, it keeps cutting to the bomb ticking down. Yeah. Lots of editing to do, but this is the strongest draft by far that we've got. So, the next draft will just be editing. Everything from here on will just be editing and refining. We're never going to start with a blank document for these 2 chapters again. Everything is about refining. Do I read sci-fi? I love speculative fiction, and though I do read some science fiction, I'm more of a fantasy nerd. Like, I like weird things, like Lensman, and there's this collection of great short stories. I used to read a ton of Asimov, but, yeah, I don't read nearly as much sci-fi as I probably should, because whenever presented the opportunity between a sci-fi and a fantasy, even if the fantasy is kind of shit, I'll usually pick that up and read that instead. Because I don't know, I like magic. I like wizards. I like fantasy. Alastair Reynolds. I've heard that he's exceptional. I've heard that he was exceptional, yeah. I probably haven't even picked up one of his books. I mean, I don't know what to say. Ask me about War and Peace. Ask me about Les Mis. Ask me about The Wealth of Nations. All sorts of big, dry, dense books. But my sci-fi, I am not well read in the sci-fi. But I have enjoyed a lot some of the stuff that I have read. Snow Crash, of course. I mean, I guess everyone's read Snow Crash. Actually, I tend to like, now that I think about it, I tend to read sci-fi that's only 15 minutes into the future. You know, like The Martian, or, you know, stories that are just have a few, just a little bit of sci-fi in them. And, of course, frickin' Jules Verne. He had some of the best. Is he even considered science fiction anymore? Like, just about everything he's did, like, we can do now. So, you know. Oh, man. I'll see how I feel in 3 hours. I'll make an announcement on Discord if I decide to do something like just take a break and do Pokemon or Star Ocean or something. I don't know. Okie doke. In my suggestions board? Okay. Normally that's suggestions for games people want me to play. But you can suggest anything you want in it, I guess. That's fine. I am pretty chill about my Discord. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, we'll see how I feel in a few hours. Maybe I'll be ambitious enough to go at it. I just did, I don't know how many hours of writing. Let's see what the stream length says. How long is this stream? Only 5 hours. It feels like more. Why is writing so draining sometimes? It's actually not draining, but fun if you're discovery writing your first draft. That is just fun. But yeah. Anyway, until next time and every time, this is Hadriex signing off. Good night. Thanks for dropping by, Christoph. Catch you later, Buster. Bye.